Let's clear the air, Indiana. Don't puff this stuff. Visit don'tpuffthisstuff.com to join the fight and spread the word.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Andy Moore Field on the campus of Indiana University as we bring you All-Star Saturday, the North All-Stars and the South All-Stars here on IndianaSRN. It is a warm day, but we have two six-inning games headed your way to feature the best of the best in the state of Indiana. Today's All-Star matchups are being brought to you in part by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds is your local hometown John Deere dealer. They've been open since 1955 and have 5 locations in central Indiana to meet your equipment, parts, and service needs. Boilermaker Local 374, a union representing skilled workers in Indiana. Burtner Electric, spark with confidence, your trusted electrician partners since 1986. Wheeler Mission, helping our neighbors in need since 1893, and they've been here to help thanks to caring individuals. Aspen Creek Grill, the largest selection of food made from scratch and fairly priced. 2 great locations in Noblesville and Greenwood. The Morales Group, their mission is building better futures one story at a time. LifeWise Academy, their mission is to positively impact students, schools, and communities. Contact them at lifewise.org. Officially Human, their mission is to restore respect to game officials and recognize them as authorities on the field and the courts. RefReps. At RefReps, their mission is to help the world see the game through the eyes of the officials. And the IndianaSRN sports page. Sports coverage from border to border and coast to coast daily. Troy Dergowski, Coach Keith Myers, and it's going to be a beautiful day. It's going to be warm today, but we have the best of the best, as we said moments ago, Coach, and we anticipate we're going to see a lot of very good players. It's an all-star game. Everybody's going to get a chance to play today, and that's a reward for having great years.
Well, the cool thing about this is they play this thing at 10 o'clock and 11:30 or 12 noon, where it's still going to be kind of cool. It's 78 degrees. The humidity is way down. In the press box last year, it was 107 degrees. It is 72 degrees. I feel a little bit more comfortable. But the All-Star game, you're going to see some great talent. The interesting thing is when it's your time to bet, you better do well. You better cut some wood because you may not get through the lineup about one or twice during the game.
Now, here in a little bit, we're going to go downstairs when they introduce both of the rosters, because not only will we see the players, the parents are going to be a part of that as well. And, of course, they're a big part of these kids' lives. And really, when you think about the years and the amount of travel and all the games they played, whether it be high school, summer ball, and how many of these players are going on to some pretty big colleges, it's a great honor today.
Well, you talk to some of the kids, and they can remember when, Dad took them to Pee Wee practice when they were 6 years old, Yeah. And some of these kids are just now learning to drive. So maybe this year was the first time that they could probably take themselves to practice. So, being a parent myself who had an athlete, it was kind of special. Senior days were kind of special, and All-Star games were pretty special because you really worked hard as a parent to get them focused. And if you're a dad, you're probably throwing a lot of softballs with your daughter right now.
Well, we're going to talk about players as we go throughout
Yes.
the day. That's really the main focus, is to really key on them, usually
coaches
when they're
and
at bat.
players,
But
let's
we're going to
go
go
ahead and get
downstairs,
lined
our
up.
public
Right
address
field,
announcer
lines
for
for our
today's
introductions.
lineups and their parents. Now we're going to wait here a little bit. I know they're getting both the teams together, and then we'll go back down there in a couple of moments. When we start featuring some of the numbers and some of the players, we're going to talk about where they're going to go to school at the next level. We also, between the two games, will be announcing the winner of the Miss Softball Award as well as the Coach of the Year. So that's coming up between the games. We talk about some of these schools that these players are going to be going to, Coach. We're
We will
talking
go
about
in numerical order,
all right, we're going to go downstairs now.
with the exception of multiple players being escorted by their coaches. We're going to start with the North All-Stars. From New Prairie High School, Ava Geyer, escorted by Coach Derek Hicks. We've got Lake Central High School, Kate Renshin and Taylor Schaefer, escorted by assistant coach Mark Parter. Lydia Vanderwood from Ileana Christian High School, escorted by coach Nicole Wandall. State champion Lexi Smith from Crown Point, escorted by Angie Richwalski. From Logansport High School, Natalie Packard, escorted by Corey Kripe. Escorted by her dad, Noel Fuentes, Olivia Fuentes from Lowell High School. State champion Sydney Rainford from North Newton High School, escorted by her coach, Catherine Messersmith. From South Central High School, Lexi Johnson, escorted by dad and assistant coach, Dave Johnson. Isabella Dominguez from Tri-County High School, escorted by Michael Luck. Representing Penn High School, escorted by Coach Beth Zachary, Isabella Hanna, and Ava Zachary. From Columbia City High School, Emma Hiss, escorted by Christopher McGehee. Next up from South Bend Riley High School, Lexington Jenkins, escorted by Coach Sean Jenkins. From Mishawaka High School, Lily St. Clair, escorted by Brian Miller. From Western High School, Kylie Miller, escorted by Coach Bart Miller. Leo High School's Carly Funk, escorted by her dad, Michael Funk. Alyssa Harvey from Woodland High School, escorted by Shelby Gick. We've got a couple players from South Adams High School, Addie Baker and Becca Patterson, escorted by Coach Jesse Odell. And from Whitko High School, Addie Garr, escorted by Coach Scott Craig. One more round of applause for our North All-Stars. All right, let's meet the South All-Stars. Leading us off from Brownsburg High School, escorted by Sharice Hiss, Izzy Neal. Next up, from Noblesville High School, Brooklyn Grayson, escorted by Coach Deke Bullard. From Fishers High School, we got a pair, Kate Murray and Kendall Jordan. Fishers High School, escorted by Darren James. From Bishop Chatard High School, Anna Caskey, escorted by Coach Carrie Lynch. Sylvia Mundes from Zionsville High School, escorted by Coach Mike Garrett. From Rossville High School, Avery Layton, escorted by Coach Chris Gorbett. Shelbyville High School's Addison Steinecker, escorted by Coach Megan Leffler. Carmen Rubel from Connorsville High School with her coach Steve Rubel. Representing New Palestine High School, Katie Hershey with her coach Ed Markham. From Center Grove High School, Mae Munson, escorted by Coach Alyssa Coleman. Katie Matthews from Newcastle High School, escorted by her dad, Chad Matthews. We've got a pair from Hagerstown High School, escorted by Coach Bruce Charles, Rylan Young, and Allison Stinson. Next up, the Stars from Bedford North Lawrence. We've got a pair, Ava Ratliff and Kendall Graves, escorted by Coach Brad Gilbert. Boonville High School, represented by Peyton Pryor, escorted by Coach Kaylin Gore. Coach Joe Witten will be escorting Charlestown High School's Hannah Burns. State champ Caitlin Marks, escorted by Coach Gordon Wood from Tecumseh High School. Kennedy Huff from Bar Reeve, Coach Josh Huff escorting her. Caitlin Randall, Forest Park High School, escorted by Coach Jeff Warren. One more round of applause for our South All-Stars and our North All-Stars. We are getting ready to get going here very shortly, fans. Good luck to both teams. At this time, we would ask for everyone to please rise for the playing of our national anthem.
We will come back in a couple of moments and get this one started. North-South All-Stars here on IndianaSRN.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
We are back here once again in Bloomington, Indiana, the campus of Indiana University. It's the North-South All-Star matchup going on in just a couple of moments. There'll be 2 6-inning games. What they do from a format standpoint is everybody will hit, and that's when we will really focus on the players as we go throughout the day. And, of course, it's hard to do games, all-star games, simply for the fact, Coach, that they're going to be in and out, and we're going to get everybody to play. That's the key. We'll try to talk about every player throughout the day.
And hopefully the system that we put together, coaches will remember, oh, by the way, I got to text them, guys, to tell them who I played. But, you know, all in all, you'll see videos. You'll probably get to see your kid before we recognize them.
Coaches for the North team, Michael Luck from Tri-County High School.
What a beautiful day.
Jesse Odell from South Adams. And Jared Borf from Alexandria,
up in Indianapolis,
Monroe.
the state finals.
For the South team, Tony Matthews from Cathedral.
Congratulations to Indianapolis.
Bruce Charles, Hagerstown, and Gordon Wood from Tecumseh.
And congratulations to also
our umpires tonight, Dale
and
Polston
Graham,
and Stan Vollmer.
So,
thank you both for being here. And also thanks to Indiana University and their staff.
I want to talk
for
about,
hosting
while we have a moment, the 5 players that are going to be vying for Miss Softball. They include Ava Geyer, who is out of New Prairie, along with Ava Zachary out of Penn. That will also include 3 players, those 2 players, by the way, from the north, 3 players from the south, including Izzy Neal out of Brownsburg, Addison Steinecker out of Shelbyville, and Caitlin Marks out of Tecumseh. So those are the 5 that will vie for that very important award. And, you know, it is nice to see that when you bring all these players together, the respect they have for each other. They played against each other probably a lot over the last 4 years on each side, but now they come together, and everybody wants to win this game. We know that for sure, but it's really about just getting a chance to meet some of the other great players from these other teams and have lasting memories.
And I would say that 50% of these kids probably play with each other during the summer, in some kind of travel league or know each other. And with the date of the society, the way media is, and especially IndianaSRN, because we're all over the place. These kids probably, I mean, the North kid knew where we were and who we were. South Court's the kid that we're in their backyard all the time. But the Northern kids knew who we were, and the coaches knew. So hats off to us and the other media outlets to do this. For us to be able to do this, I think this is our 4th year doing this. It's a privilege to do this. And you got the best crew here. And you got Jerry Collins here, who celebrated his birthday yesterday.
No, and happy birthday to Jerry Collins. He only turned 40 the other day.
I know, it's amazing. Been in this business for 50 years.
Yeah, and he's only 40 years old.
Yeah,
no doubt. So we're ready to go. The South team, by the way, will be the home team. They're in the red. The North team will be in the blue. And as we said, we'll go along as the players come up, and we'll get a chance to talk about them. Plus, an added bonus, Coach is going to be talking. I'll be stepping aside, and Coach will be talking to a lot of different officials throughout the 2 games, and a chance to get their perspective on the All-Star game and, of course, the state of Indiana and the great softball tradition they've had over the many years. So it's going to be interesting to hear their perspective.
It was kind of cool to see how the state championship games, you know, there was threat of rain all last weekend and how they got those in. But, you know, the numbers that this has grown for people to watch this game is incredible. We'll have thousands of people watching this thing live on the air, and then all of a sudden these kids will go back home and probably watch, especially skip through until they're at the bat or skip if they make a play.
In the circle,
which is kind of cool.
Avery
Layton will be pitching today for the South as she's out of Rossville. This year's a pitcher, 16-4,
Ava Geyer,
with an ERA of 1.48, 265 strikeouts. She'll be going to Virginia Tech next season, and the first hitter will be Ava Geyer, and that pitch in there for a strike. We're underway. Ava out of New Prairie. We mentioned a little bit ago she is one of the players that is vying for Miss Softball in the state of Indiana. She'll be playing at Western Michigan next year, and of course her number is very impressive as a hitter this year. Hit .444, 5 home runs, 37 RBIs, but Coach, she's a dual player because she also went 17-3 as a pitcher this season.
And she had 1,096 strikeouts all-time leader at New Prairie High School. And, I struck out 1,096 times in my career.
You did. You were very good at that.
Striking out, yes. I knew the K.
Yeah, New Prairie this year 11-1 in the Northern Indiana Conference, had an excellent season as that pitch is low.
You know, these type of games, hopefully the umpires will widen that strike zone because it is a hitter's game. We don't want to see these kids walk. We want to see these kids hit the ball.
And you're going to see a lot of numbers as this one hit to right field. That's going to be tough. It's going to be at least 2 as Geyer heads to second base with a stand-up double. Good start for the North.
Well, that's what you want.
Yes,
Ava
exactly.
Geyer with a stand-up double.
That'll bring up Kate
Next up from
Renshin.
Ileana Christian, Lydia Vanderwood.
Well, they're going to say Vanderwood will be the new hitter instead of Renshin, so it'll
Courtesy
be
runner, Emma
Vanderwood
Hiss.
out of Ileana Christian. Hit .583 this year, 4 home runs, and ended up with 6 triples from the left side. So good start for the North. The runner at second base, and the pitch is outside for a ball. Ileana Christian this year went 18-10. They were 9-1 in the Greater South Shore Conference. And our first left-handed hitter of the day, and that's a called strike. We have players that are going to Northwestern, Notre Dame. Mention Western Michigan, Ohio State, Duke, Belmont, Virginia Tech, Marshall, Kentucky, Auburn. Just some of the schools that'll be represented here today. 2 balls and a strike now to Vanderwood. Chance for the North to get on the board here in the top of the first inning. Now the pitch. Low for a ball.
Kind of getting her oaks a little bit. Still early in the game. They probably had. I know they only got to practice one time, and that was yesterday.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time to get yourself all put together, is it?
No.
There's a called strike.
Plus, they had the banquet last night, so they probably wined and dined themselves until at least 11.
Yeah, I'm sure they're all in bed by 11. That's for sure.
They're teenagers.
Swing and a miss and a strikeout. There's one away. Nice pitch that time by Layton. They mentioned 265 Ks this season.
Now batting from Lake Central High School, number
Here
5,
is Taylor Schaefer. Schaefer's had a heck of a year. 529, 5 home runs. She has driven in 47. We'll talk about some of the guests that you'll be talking to. There's a called strike. Right now we got 5 listed.
Yep. Kate Todd is going to be with us. Carrie Lynch, Dave Lauk, and Pat Lockyer will be with us. Who knows who will walk into booth?
We might want to figure that out, huh?
Well.
Here's the 0-1. Off-speed pitch in there for a called strike. And quickly 0-2. Chance to watch earlier all of the players get their pictures taken with their teammates, individual pictures.
Some of them had slide comments towards you.
Yeah, one of them made mention of my Michigan hat.
Yes.
That's low and outside.
You notice I wore my neutral hat today. My Southridge hat.
I know who it was, by the way.
Yeah, you kept that silent, correct?
Yeah, who the player was that made mention of my, yes. But I will mention it here very soon. Here's the 1-2. It's a called third strike. And you'll know why when I bring her name up.
Because I know where she's going to go to school.
Yeah, I know where she's going to school.
2 down, top of the first. Next batter. Number 6 from Crown Point High School, Lexi Smith.
When she says, "Oh, a Michigan hat."
When she goes, "That's not a Michigan hat, is it?" Oh yeah, that one bouncing.
That hit the umpire. Take your base, umpire.
And the runner takes off. The ball goes into left field, but that'll be considered a wild pitch with the runner advancing to third.
Umpire needs to stop that ball. He can't kick it back into play.
Good news there. He has the shin guards, and he needed them. Lexi Smith, a 400 hitter this year. She was also very good in the circle, 11-2 with an ERA at 2.59. A Crown Point team that ended up winning the 4A state championship. They went 31-4 this season. So with 2 away, chop third base side. That'll be a fair ball. Throw to first is not in time. Nope, they're going to say they got the out in a bang play down at first base. The blue comes up empty. The South coming to bat after a half inning of play.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Looking to elevate your brand? Choose Dynamark, your local one-stop shop for all your print, signs, promo products, apparel, and mailing services. Serving Indianapolis for over 50 years. Dynamark, where strong relationships are built through exceptional service.
Back once again here at Andy Moore Field. Want to remind you that today's game is presented by the Softball Coaches Association of Indiana. They're developing and promoting Indiana high school softball. And by the IHSAA, where education-based athletics come first. And don't forget, you can catch soccer, football, volleyball, and more all season long at IndianaSRN.org, where you always have a front row seat. If you'd like a sponsorship opportunity, they are available. Just email coach at IndianaSRN.org. Again, that's coach at IndianaSRN.org.
I hear that guy's really good.
Number 2
He's
from
a
New
nice
Prairie
fan.
High School, Ava Geyer.
Ava Geyer will lead things off, and
Isabella
Ava
Dominguez from Tri-County High School.
Geyer on the mound today for the North. Mention her numbers
Leading
here at
off
17-3 with an
South
ERA of
All-Stars from Brownsburg High
1.17.
School, Izzy Neal.
228 strikeouts on the season. Izzy Neal will lead things off out of Brownsburg. 589 this year, 40 stolen bases.
She's a speedster.
And the first pitch called strike. And by the way, this is the young lady that dissed my Michigan hat because she's going to Ohio State.
Where?
I don't know. That's the only time I'm going to say it.
OH.
We will not mention that word again. That pitch outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
What word is that?
She had a chance to go to the greatest school ever, and maybe she'll transfer.
Most of them do.
I was going to say, these days they do,
Hello,
don't they?
Toby Reisner.
1 ball, 1 strike. That's a called strike. Better go up there ready to hit, right?
Yeah, you bet. Don't take any looks.
Brownsburg this year, 18-10 on the season. 3-4 in the Hoosier Crossroads Conference. Off-speed pitch, ground ball to the second baseman, 1 away.
I could see why she had stolen bases. She pedaled down there.
If she would have committed to Michigan, she would have been safe.
Think so? In between games, we'll talk to her.
Yes, we will.
Now batting number 3 from Noblesville High School, Brooklyn Grayson.
Brooklyn Grayson, who's going to Duke.
Wow. These are big-time schools for these kids.
Another left-handed hitter. Their pitch is outside for a ball.
Noblesville was 19-8 on the year, 5-2 in the Hoosier Crossroads.
I know she's already sporting the Duke logo on the helmet.
I saw that.
Pitch is up high.
And the little blue wristband.
Yes. She will have fun going to Duke and their athletic programs, football, basketball,
My
baseball,
goodness.
softball. They've all really been very good over the years.
Big ACC power.
Yes. 1-0 pitch, called strike. Our umpire behind the plate says, I think in the back of his mind, you came here to hit, we're going to hit.
Yeah.
And I like that. Anything around the plate.
Well, he also knows this is a 6-inning game, so it could be pretty quick.
That'll be fouled away.
Catch that ball, will you?
By the way, temperatures today have been pretty comfortable. You and I got here pretty early today. I know Jerry was already here. We got here a little bit before, 8 o'clock?
Yep.
And it was very nice. But by noonish and 1, it's going to be in the 90-plus range.
Yep.
So I would suggest for any of the fans, you better Drink a lot of water today. Struck her out. Good fastball. Geyer, we mentioned what a player she is. 1,096 strikeouts, as you mentioned, the all-time strikeout leader
from Fishers High School,
in the state of
Kate
Indiana.
Murray.
Here's Kate Murray out of Fishers.
She has 7 home runs on the year, Troy.
Yeah, big power hitter. Pitch up high.
Batted .405. Also was a pitcher, was 9-8 as a pitcher. ERA was 2.48 and 105 strikeouts this year.
A lot of players are multi-position players. Popped up, tough play, and it goes foul. How about that? Took that spin off the dirt, and wisely leaving it alone was Natalie Packard.
Fortunately, the first baseman did not touch that ball, or that would have been a fair ball.
Yeah, Packard backed away from it just in time.
Do you see the spin, how it, darted quickly?
Oh, yeah.
There's some movement on that softball.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Check swing, and got her going around. I do believe her. Going to say she did not, and they will appeal, and she did. Yeah, I thought she committed on that one. Murray going to Butler as that pitch is up high. I like how they feature the team that they're going to play for next year on their helmets.
Yeah.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Off-speed pitch.
Oh, beautiful.
Fooled her completely. And a 1-2-3 inning. We'll head to the second. No score.
This depends on quality, efficiency, and reliability. At Reynolds Farm Equipment, we help you stay ahead with John Deere commercial mowers built for performance. Whether you're maintaining parks, businesses, or neighborhood lawns, you need equipment that works as hard as you do. With expert service, flexible financing, and the best lineup of mowers in the industry, Reynolds keeps your operation running strong. Reynolds Farm Equipment, your local John Deere dealer since 1955.
Keep kind of low key because you're never going to be able to keep up with all the changes and everything, so.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Back here in Bloomington, Natalie Packard will lead things off. The Barry from Logansport hit .488 this year with 29 runs driven in. She another multi-talented player because she was able to pitch as well and had an excellent season there for the Berries.
How about this ERA? You ready? 1.8.
That's not bad.
No.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. Boy, these pitchers
they're
humming, aren't they?
They're humming.
Whew. That was a great pitch again up in the strike zone. Kind of hard to lay off those.
How did batting practice go yesterday?
It was great.
Now at the plate.
How'd you do?
Avery Layton from Rossville High School.
Well, Layton is up. I'll give you an example. When we go do the Indianapolis Indians, and I'm always banging it out of the ballpark, I think last year he hit 6 or 7. Well, this is easy for me.
190?
190?
Yeah.
I was at 18 or 19 home runs.
Did you make him cry?
No, I made him feel better.
Okay.
I just said it's me. You should expect that, right?
190 in left,
Olivia
190 in right, and
Fuentes
220 deep center.
From Lowell High School.
Yeah.
That's the dimension of your
Well, in my backyard.
field at home, in the backyard.
Yeah, I built a softball field in my backyard.
Field of dreams?
Yes.
Field of nightmares?
Olivia Fuentes will step to the plate. Olivia this year for the Lowell Red Devils. .435 for home run. She, too, a pitcher, won 13 games this year. Red Devils went 9-3 in the Northwest Crossroads Conference. Check swing on a pitch that was out of the strike zone. They did not appeal. They do, and she did not go around. You know, the bottom line is if I had mansion like you did with a big backyard, I would build something like this.
Okay.
Even if I just played wiffle ball.
I would love to put a wiffle ball.
Oh, wouldn't it be great?
Oh.
You know, those are pro sports now, wiffle ball.
Making some money.
Yeah. 3 balls and a strike now to Fuentes. And that'll be ball 4. Second inning that the North has had a base runner. So Fuentes on down to first base. And that'll bring it now Sidney Rainford.
Sidney Rainford.
1A state champions. Rainford this year, 438, 26 stolen bases. And, Coach, look at her pitching numbers this year. She hits that one back to the pitcher. This should be 2. The relay is not in time.
And the shortstop on the south is stomping her feet like, come on, up. Give me that one, Coach.
Rainford, who's safe at first base, Coach, this year. Her pitching, 22-1, a 0.35 ERA, and 373 strikeouts.
I think she can hum the ball.
Wow. Lexi Johnson will step to the plate, swings at the first pitch. Johnson this year, 398. And her pitching numbers are crazy as well.
They were 7-0 in that Porter
County Conference.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a great conference up there in the north.
Yeah, south central of Union Mills. Ground ball back to the pitcher again and gets the easy out at first, so they leave a runner on for the second straight inning. We head to the bottom half of inning number 2. There's the replay there. Still no score.
We're not here to just sell you another piece of software. We're here to helping you procure the licensing, manage and monitor those licenses over time.
Collaboration is very key when working with our clients. We are very much a partnering organization. We definitely work as a team to deliver solutions for our customers.
We're here to build relationships with customers, which is unique.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call
Anna Caskey will lead things off for the South and takes that first pitch for a strike. And, of course, a excellent basketball player and also an excellent softball player.
Talked to her basketball coach this morning, got him out of bed. Hi, Coach Dan.
And he really enjoyed that. Swing and a miss.
Anna's going to Belmont.
Yep.
She also pitched for the Trojans.
Ended up winning 14 games, but as a hitter, a 505 season.
12.
That's impressive.
HRs.
12 home runs. And drove in 42. They finished at 21-12 on the season.
Kerry Lynch, their head coach.
Want to remind you, Indiana high school softball coverage powered by the Softball Coaches Association of Indiana and the Indiana High School Athletic Association, and you can be a part of our growing team. Sponsor broadcast by emailing coach@indianasrn.org. IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat. Swing and a miss, strikeout. Nice pitch once again by Ava Geyer.
Now at the plate from Zionsville
That's
High
one of
School,
the look like a
Sylvia
riser.
Budis.
Here's Sylvia Mudis, who will step to the plate. 488 on the year.
Oh, nice pitch.
Zionsville this year went 21-5. They were 6-1 in the Hoosier Crossroads Conference under head coach Mike Garrett.
She had 19 RBIs in the year.
That's hit foul. Here's the other thing about a game like today. where you're going to be batting somewhere out of the probably normal order that you're in, right? Because you might lead off your team, you might be hitting 7th today.
Yeah, or you're not going to bat 22, that's for sure.
No. No. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Boy, and blew it by her.
I don't know if I would want to bat 22nd or first.
Now at the plate.
I would imagine most of them are just glad to be hitting.
Jordan.
Because they appreciate where they are.
Yes. It took a long time to get here, and just being a part of this is special. Kendall Jordan out of Fishers lines this one into left field for a base hit. Jordan hitting the first pitch this year, hit .516, 6 home runs and 22 runs driven in.
And maybe that's what you do. You just come up the bat and swing.
Swing away.
Number 8 from Rossville High School, Avery Layton.
Layton, as we have seen her on the mound, going to Virginia Tech, hit 7 home runs this year and drove in 52. Takes that pitch for a called strike.
You ever been to Rossville?
No.
Great school. The Hornets.
Now, I'd probably been through Rossville, but I've never been there. But as far as going to do games, there's a strike.
Back in the day of our radio days, we covered Rossville and Faith Christian back in the day.
Quick 0-2 count. Geyer's next pitch blew it by her in another quick half inning. After 2, no score.
Aspen Creek Grill, we are a from-scratch concept with comfort-correct food. You can expect a world-class experience. We've got incredible specials, great service. Everything that we do here is made from scratch. We hand-cut all our steaks in-house. Bring your family. Come have some great food.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you can be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Back here in Bloomington, I want to remind you that today's broadcast is a copyright production of IndianaSRN and the Indiana High School Athletic Association. Any use of audio or video without the express written permission of IndianaSRN and the IHSAA is strictly prohibited.
Meaning you can't do it.
Can't do it.
Okay.
Are you going to mention the new pitcher? Kate Murray?
Yeah.
Would you?
Kate Murray, you said, on the circle, in the circle. Toe in the slab. How about that?
I like that, yeah.
Kate's on the year was 9-8 with an ERA of 2.48, 2.48 with 105 strikeouts. She played for the Fishers Tigers.
Hey, we want to remind you that softball may be closing out their season, but don't forget IndianaSRN is your home for fall sports, including soccer, football, volleyball, and more. You can be part of our broadcast if you'd like to by contacting Coach at IndianaSRN.org. IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat. No score after 2 as we're back in Bloomington. That pitch hit a foul by Isabella Dominguez.
You didn't park over there, did you?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I parked on this side.
I noticed Jerry had his own parking spot. Did you see the little...
Because he had to carry all the stuff in.
Set for Wizard?
Yeah.
I was impressed.
He should. He is the Wizard of the Year. Here's the 0-1 pitch in there for a strike 2. Dominguez this year, .560 hitter, 33 runs driven in, 30 stolen bases, 4 home runs for the Cavaliers of Tri-County. They went 6-1 in the Midwest Conference. And another great pitch. We tell you what, we've got some hurlers out here today. That circle is being dominated so far.
Ava Zachary.
And here is Ava Zachary. She is one of the 5 that are up for Miss Softball. And think about this for Penn this year. .543, 8 home runs, 62 runs driven in. She hit 4 triples, And in her 4 years, 196 hits, 169 runs, 174 RBI, 20 home runs, and 79 stolen bases. She's been busy.
I think she's pretty good.
1-0 pitch, swing and a miss.
Did you tell her where she's going to school?
Yeah, I don't mention Notre Dame, yes.
Yeah, you mentioned Notre Dame.
Yeah. They're probably the two schools I don't talk much about, being a Michigan fan.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, yeah, she's going to be a part of the Fighting Irish. Pitch outside.
You know, one of these things our notes doesn't have is all these kids' grade point average, and I guarantee you that they're in the 4s.
Oh, yeah.
Or the high 3s.
Yeah, they're up there. Or they wouldn't be a part of this.
That's exactly right.
As well. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Inside for ball 3. Kate Murray won 9 games this year, 105 Ks, as you alluded to earlier, for the Fishers Tigers. That's down the line in hooking foul.
That's my golf swing right there.
Usually is a hook.
Yep.
Yeah. You probably have struggled this year because there's been so much rain to find a soft place to land that ball instead of a lot of rain that's mucked up things for your golf game, huh?
My golf game is not very good today.
Pitch is low and outside, ball 4. So the North has a base runner here in the 3rd. And
now
that'll bring up
Columbia
Isabella.
City, Emma Hiss.
Nope, it's going to be Emma Hiss, number 14 from Columbia City. A 500 hitter on the season, or on base percentage at .558. And the North having a chance now to get the lead here in the 3rd inning. The runner is safe. That'll be a wild pitch.
And so's the umpire. Did you see him trip? Almost went head first.
But he's back, and he's doing just fine now. Good news. Otherwise, you might have to go out there and take his place.
Yep.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Big cut there by Hannah. Teammate of Ava Zachary. How'd you like to have those two players in your lineup?
I think I would like that a lot.
I take that back. It's actually Emma Hiss. Isabella Hannah is listed at number 13, but I think we have a number miscommunication here, don't we? Because Hiss is at the plate, and she has number 13 on. Did you write those numbers down?
I did.
So Hiss back in once again, and that pitch out of the strike zone. Either the PA guy is wrong about number 13. That's either Isabella Hannah, number 13, and they've mixed up the numbers. That pitch is low. And what Keith will do, he will go find out. Runner at second base for the North. Each team has gotten a runner to second base so far. Ground ball to the third baseman. That'll bounce to first. They get the out there as the runner advances to third. Excellent play that time by the third baseman, Kennedy Huff, out of Bar Reef.
Isabella Hannah from Penn High School.
So they had the two numbers backwards. Isabella Hannah wearing number 14. And Emma Hiss is number 13. So this will be Isabella Hannah out of Penn High School, 446 on the year. And the pitch in there for a called strike. So Hiss is 13, Hannah's 14, right?
Yep.
And what did you write down?
13, 14.
The way it should be?
Yes.
Okay. The pitch on the way is bounced in front of the catcher. Nice job keeping that one in front of her.
It's an all-star game. I'm trying my best. I'm sorry. No hate mail today, please.
Yeah, no hate mail.
Wait till August.
You like to start out the season with hate mail? Is that what it is? Here's the 1-1 pitch. Hit foul. Fans are going to get plenty of sunshine here today. We have, I believe, at least 6 straight days in the 90s. And summer starts today.
Is it today the first day of summer?
Yep. It is the first day of summer, and why not get into the 90s?
I did not know you were one of those meteorologists.
I keep an eye on it, yes. Pitches outside 2-2. I came back from Texas. They already had summer. It was 100 degrees down there.
Yeah, I bet it was hot.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. The break-even pitch slapped over the third baseman's head, and the North will get the lead. So Hanna drives in the first run.
For Isabella Hanna.
And it's 1-0. We get those slap hitters, hit that thing on the dirt or the turf, and able to bounce it over the head of the infield. Here is Lexington Jenkins out of South Bend Riley. She is an RBI machine, 42 runs driven in this season. Squares to bunt and pulls back. We'll take it for a strike.
Yeah, I talked to some coaches, and they've really tried to get those kids to slap that thing right in front of the plate, because that's probably the hardest place in the diamond if you don't wet that down, soak that down.
So our first run of the ball game, there's a swing and a miss.
Speaking of that, how about that ground? How about the grounds crew did a great job on this diamond today?
Yeah, it was ready by the time we got here today.
It's craziness.
Beautiful facility, of course, here on the campus of Indiana University. Swing and a miss, and that's going to do it. But the North gets a run. They lead it 1-0.
We're not here to just sell you another piece of software. We're here to helping you procure the licensing, manage and monitor those licenses over time.
Collaboration is very key when working with our clients. We are very much a partnering organization. We definitely work as a team to deliver solutions for our customers.
We're here to build relationships with customers, which is unique.
Back here in Bloomington, as we recognize Indiana student athletes and coaches, this broadcast is brought to you by the Softball Coaches Association of Indiana and the IHSAA. To join IndianaSRN and our sponsorship team, email coach@indianasrn.org. IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat. The best of the best here today. Take a look at the North All-Star outfielders, and they have the early 1-0 lead. You're going to see a lot of different players. Again, it's an all-star game. Everybody's going to get a chance to play in both these games, and that's what makes it kind of fun. We're going to see all the best.
Yeah, you get to intermix there, and you see the South All-Star team in the dugout. Look at that thing. All in order. Got their hair all groomed, ready to go. Our 2 umpires. Hey, we got to mention our crew. Sticks are out there, Toby up there, and Christian is new to our IndianaSRN. Will be with us all year long, shooting the video, and the producer of all producers, the director of all directors, and the best CEO in the business, Jerry Collins, with us today.
And he bought you a Coke, I see.
He did.
Yeah.
$8.75.
And you better enjoy every drop of that.
I am.
Olivia Fuentes will take over in the circle. This year, 13-4, an ERA of 2.36, 161 strikeouts
Leading off the
for the Lowell
third,
Red Devils.
The South All-Stars from Shelbyville High School, Addison Steinecker.
Here's Addison Steinecker. You heard it right there. 582 on the year. Another power hitter, 14 home runs. Bottom of inning number 3. The pitch is outside, 1-0.
See if you know where she's going. We are.
Go ahead. Marshall.
Yeah, there you go.
Fouled away, and the count now to 1-1 strike.
We were just kids when that happened.
Yeah.
What a great story.
49 runs driven in this year for Steinecker as well. And the pitch in there for a strike. Shelbyville went 17-13 this year. Hands a little bit separated, holding that bat. Helps her slap if she needs to. Swing and a miss, and a good start for Fuentes as well.
What I like is when players get a strikeout or they come up and they say, watch for the fastball, watch for.
Now at the plate.
I was told by one kid,
Connorsville High
just
School,
watch the ball.
Carmen
It's the little
Rubel.
white thing. Hit it.
Yeah, hit it. See ball, hit ball. Carmen Rubel out of Connorsville hit .454 this year with 27 runs driven in.
Over the head.
Lines this one into left field. That's going to be extra bases.
Go three, Coach. Come on, Cinder.
Rubel makes the turn. Here's the throw to third, and she's going to be safe.
I love the aggressiveness of the coaching staff. I don't think she was going to stop anyway.
No.
That's a triple for Carmen Rubel.
That'll bring up now Katie
At the plate
Hershey
from New
out of
Palestine
New
High
Pal.
School, Katie Hershey.
This young lady, very impressive.
12 home runs this year, Coach.
45 RBIs.
And a chance to get one right here. Check swing. She did not go around. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, what a year for New Pal, huh?
Yes, sir.
26-5 this year. Hit foul, good cut there by Hershey.
I think that regional, when they had Roncalli and New Pal, was a 1-run game. Young ladies going to Kentucky.
You know, like so many players, you love to see them stay in state, but you see that one's going to be lined in left field as well. That's going to be extra bases. That ties the game at 1 apiece. They have trouble with it in left center field and back-to-back triples.
That bobble is what caused that.
Katie Hershey.
Man.
Tied at 1. You can see why Hershey drove in 45 runs. Mae Munson out of Center Grove. The Trojans at 26-4 this year. Munson will be staying in state. She'll be going to IU Indy.
The great Alyssa Coleman, Center Grove's head coach.
486 batting average this year.
Got to talk to Alyssa a little bit before the game. She was excited about her team.
One attempt will be fouled away.
That's the ball I like right there.
What?
Dink,
you
dink,
like the little dink ball?
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Well, if you've never heard Keith do a baseball or softball broadcast, you could have a runner at first base, and he's trying to suicide squeeze. That one hit back up the middle, base hit. The infield was in, 2-1 South.
RBI single for Mae Munson.
So Munson gets the RBI base hit, and how about the South coming back here in the bottom of the third? Katie Matthews out of Newcastle this year hit a robust .655 from the left side and had 40 stolen bases. She's down in the count at 0-1. .655, those are numbers that you would do on a video game, Coach.
Yeah, I would think so.
Her on-base percentage was at .708. That's going to be outside. You think he's ready to call a strike then?
Yeah, I do.
708.
708 is pretty impressive.
7 out of 10 times she's on base. Swing and a miss. Throw down, not in time. Stolen base. I'm like you. The South has
they got a
come
little
out
aggressive.
Yeah,
they came out and said, okay, we're not playing anymore. Let's go.
Let's do it. And it has now produced a 2-1 lead. Slap foul. But tell you what, if you get that down and you see the way that she can not only slap that ball, speaking of Matthews, but then you're already 5 or 6 feet down the line.
Oh, you're already scoring. You're going to score.
Yeah, what a head start. The 1-2. Nice play at third to knock it down, but nowhere to go with the softball.
Yeah, but you kept it in front of you. And right now you've kept a big inning kind of squash.
Nice play there, Carly.
Nice
Carly,
job.
yeah, that was Carly Funk
Next
from
up.
Leo.
Nice job by the third base coach, giving her a high five there.
Rylan Young from Hagerstown High School.
Look at this. She stretched out at this one. That's a Troy Daragowski play
It
right
is.
there.
Well, here's Rylan Young, 2 players out of Hagerstown who had a great year this year. They won the TEC. They went 8-0. Swing and a miss. But Rylan, get this. Hagerstown went 20-3 this year. Rylan Young, pitching, went 20-3. She won all their games this year. That's a dominant pitcher right there.
One of the things Bruce Charles mentioned was he played a stronger non-conference season to get him better. I think he played Roncalli.
They played Roncalli, yeah, early in the season, and he mentioned how that kind of showed them how good they can
Please
be.
return all foul balls back to the field. Thank you.
And the other player from Hagerstown that played for Bruce Charles is Allison Stinson, who had kind of an off year at 579, 8 home runs and 45 runs.
Is that an
driven
off
in.
year, Troy? 578? Okay.
Off-speed pitch got her fishing for that one on the outside. So that'll be out number 2, and that'll bring up Stinson.
I had a bad year. I batted 578, and I had 8 home runs and 45 RBI.
Stinson.
And my team went 20-3.
That's tough. So now 2 away. And that pitch on the outside corner for a strike. It is nice, though, to see when you think about some of the smaller schools that get a chance to be represented in with the season that Hagerstown had, and I'm very familiar with Hagerstown's athletic program. They do a great job. There's a swing and a miss. All their sports are very, very competitive, and they have really turned the heat up in Hagerstown when it comes to their softball program. You get a good look right there at Allison, and that'll be a swing and a miss, and they'll throw down to first to get the final out. But the South scores 2. They lead it 2-1. Big play here for Mount Vernon. Ertl looking right, now over the middle, fires, and it's in there for a touchdown. What a throw. Boy, what a stick, huh? Side out, back to the middle, and guess what? You want a point on the other side, you go to Taylor Lewis.
Here's Freeman. Has an opening shot. Score!
Stafford around a screen. Skip pass. Mays with 3. Mays drive. Floater up and in at the horn.
Hand off, and nice hole over the near side. 40, 35, 30. Block to the outside. 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown. And that's a big one right there. And finally, somebody gets on the board. Kate Murray will continue to pitch for the South. You get a look at the North, who now trail it 2-1. He had the back-to-back triples for the South to get them sparked to that 2-1 lead. And now for the North. See if they can get their offense going once
Leading
again.
off, Lily St. Clair, Mishawaka High School.
Heard Lily St. Clair out of Mishawaka steps to the plate, takes the pitch low for a ball.
Cavemen were 20-8 and 12-2 in the Northern Lakes Conference. Brian Miller is their head coach. Lily was batted 5'11", 19 stolen bases.
She too a dual player on the circle as well. 2 balls and no strikes. The good news is last year we had a warm day, but at least we got it in. Didn't have to worry about rain. Yeah, the umbrellas are out today. Of course, trying to keep all the, there you go, take a look right there.
She's still awake?
Yes.
Okay.
She's on her phone watching us.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. You know, the luxury of doing that, you can get some expert commentary, and at the same time, you're watching the game live like that.
Especially when the color commentary
it's in depth. Slap to the shortstop. Throw to first in time. Great play there. In fact, a ball that looked like it may end up being a tough play, but Kendall Graves out of Bedford North Lawrence makes the nice play.
That ball handcuffed her, Troy. I mean, she caught that on the bounce, got up.
And made a strong throw. Kylie Miller out of Western, the Panthers this season, 28-4 under head coach Bart Miller. She's another multi-talented player. Her numbers as a pitcher coach are out of this world.
I got 15-1. Is that correct?
That's correct. Swing and a miss.
ERA 1.4.
Yes. Whew. Didn't have to strike out a whole lot of people, but
Guess not.
Still ended up winning 15 of the 16 games.
I like the W on the helmet representing the school.
If Sean Krull were here, he could give us an analysis of uniforms. That's what he does really well.
Oh, yeah.
The 1-1 pitch, grounded to the shortstop, takes the high hop, but easy play.
I mean, again, handcuffs her and still makes that. That's just the strength of the shortstop.
That's also a good reaction time.
You know,
you used to have that.
Look, if it hit me in the chest like that, I'm down on the ground for the count.
Here is Carly Funk out of Leo. 7-0 in the Northeast Conference, Northeast 8 Conference this year. Takes that pitch for a strike. 2 away here in the 4th inning. 2 6-inning games. Boy, and it's hard to believe. I know a lot of these players will end up still playing in the summer.
Yeah.
But most of their focus will be getting ready for next year. And believe it or not, by the time they're done here, they're thinking about when they're going to report, because a lot of these schools end up playing fall ball. There used to be a time where you didn't really do that, but now they play fall ball.
Well, and I'm sure you have your weight room.
Yep.
You know, your weight room
the
schedule,
conditioning,
I'm sure
everything.
your conditioning schedule, your food schedule, what you can and cannot eat.
And then you got to think about classes.
You know, Taco Bell is not on the menu probably any longer for some of these kids.
If it is, they're going to have to sneak it in outside what the trainer wants them to eat. And you know as well as I do, I mean, bottom line is it is going to change their lives. You think about, again, you got to manage your time now. You don't have an opportunity to just do mostly what you want to do. Well, that pitch didn't miss by much.
A wise man told me 2 things changes in your life: when you become a college student and when you go into the military. Yeah. Your life's change and it will never be the same.
Yeah, well, getting married too, yeah. 2-2 pitch, low and inside.
Well, now he's changing it to, you know, when you get married, when you have kids.
That'll change your life.
Oh, definitely. Or when you get married and your wife treats you like a kid.
Like your wife does you? That's fouled away. Yeah, you know, don't you?
Well, you know, that ring I got in my nose.
Yeah. I'm sure she'd love to hear that.
It's custom made.
And that ball and chain you have in your leg?
I got to take it off today.
3-2 pitch on the way, popped up back our way. Christian is on the roof, by the way.
He is on the roof. He's got that little fan on around his neck. I'm sure he's feeling pretty comfortable right now.
He will need it. Funk having a good at-bat right here. Grounded to the shortstop once again. The throw and the out.
She made all 3 outs, Troy.
Head to the bottom of the 4th, 2-1 South.
Get to the game, we've got your back. Just go to www.IndianaSRN.org and tune in to all of the live action, or go to our on-demand service and relive your favorite moments.
Bertner Electric Incorporated provides professional commercial electrical contractor services to Indianapolis and surrounding communities. Locally owned and operated for over 30 years, our knowledge and experience make us the perfect choice for all your commercial electrical contractor needs. Contact us today.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as
for the North.
Back here in Bloomington at Andy Moore Field on the campus of Indiana University. I want to remind you that today's action is made possible by the Softball Coaches Association of Indiana and the IHSAA, Leaders in High School Sports. If you like sponsorship information, contact Coach at IndianaSRN.org. IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat. Addie Baker will take over now in the circle now for the North. Baker this year 17-4 with a 1.93 ERA, 161 strikeouts for the Starfires of South Adams. Nice warm day today. And you, by the way, have a guest.
I
right?
do.
So I'm going to step aside and let you talk to our guest. And I will move over here real quick, okay?
As we're going to rotate. You know how those work, don't you?
The bottom of the fourth inning from Bedford North Lawrence.
Carrie Lynch joins us, the head coach at Chittard High School, and our buddy from CYO office. She's the director of women's athletics at CYO. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
And now you're a broadcaster too, I guess. You joined the association, and
done a little bit of here and there.
When are you going to fill in for
IndianaSRN? Hey, you just give me the call, and I'm
you're
ready.
in right now. Troy will never come back.
Oh.
Talk a little bit about your star, Anna Caskey.
Yeah, Anna's been just a phenomenal player for us, and not just a amazing player, but even better person and leader. I've told a lot of people for the last couple of weeks that I was blessed to not only coach Anna, but she's the youngest of 3 Caskey girls. So I've been at Chittard for 12 years, and I've had a Caskey for 9 of the 12. So it's a bittersweet ending for me, but no better way to see it in and then have her here in the North-South game. But she's just a tremendous player. Her work ethic is second to none, and it definitely goes down into our freshmen. We had a big freshman class this year, and without her leadership, it would have been a different year. But she brought those freshmen in and not only showed them what hard work was, but what the culture is of Chittard and what we expect. And so we're definitely gonna miss her on the field, but also just her leadership.
Talk a little bit about the whole entire softball association, and I know you've been involved with this a couple years or more. Talk about the coaches around the state, because we get the sense that there's a brotherhood, so to speak.
Absolutely, and this is one of my most fun weekends of the year, just because you play each other, you coach against each other, and you're trying to pick out what to pitch to these girls and all those things, and so you're coaching against each other, and you're having. But then you get here, and it's just so much fun to be with these coaches. Some of them you only see once a year, but we really are doing our best with this coaches association to really put these girls first and giving them the best opportunity. The great game of softball is growing, and that's what we love to see, and to be able to showcase it here, at IU, and then the state games at Purdue is just really awesome opportunity for these young ladies and the coaches getting together and enjoying the friendships that we've made on the field, but get to enjoy them off the field as well.
And I think this is our 4th year covering these teams. That expansion has been crazy because our numbers have gone up more, and more people stay home to watch these things because it's in Bloomington, but it doesn't hurt to have us broadcast these
Absolutely.
things.
It's amazing to have you guys here, and like you said, we've got girls way up north, and looking at Penn and Mishawaka area, to far down south to the Tecumseh area, but to have it here is not ideal for everyone, but to be able to have it broadcasted and for people from all over the state and even outside of the state to be able to watch their family and friends participate in this game is great. And we're just appreciative of you guys being here and showcasing these girls' talents.
Okay, now we got to talk real quick about our favorite thing, CYO athletics.
Yes.
These kids have grown. SRN has grown with those kids. They're now used to having us. Talk a little bit about our partnership with the CYO affiliation.
Yeah, we've really enjoyed having you guys, and I think starting it with football we've had for several years, and now being able to have that with basketball and volleyball, it's really awesome, and the kids love it. It's so much fun, and to be able to say, hey, we're broadcasting the games. A lot of the coaches don't tell them until they get there and
right,
they see
exactly.
it because they're 7th and 8th grade kids. But it's just a cool opportunity for not just the high school and college kids, but for these younger kids to see their talents displayed on the bigger screen.
Talk a little bit about their softball season. You just finished up with CYO, correct?
Yes, we did. Yeah, we had 7 teams this year, and with the growth of travel softball, our CYO softball doesn't grow too big, but we had 7 teams, and it was a great season. We were able to play a lot of games at Guerin and at Chittard and at Brebeuf, and so use some of the high school fields. So we were appreciative of that. But in my favor, it was great because we had 5 of the 7 teams were North Deanery teams, so I got a lot of them coming my way. So I'm not complaining. But
yeah, your recruiting's pretty
easy
right
pretty
there,
great.
Coach.
It was great to see all this. So. But no, it was great, and we had St. Matthew end up winning, and they won the last 2 years, and so it was fun to see. And I'm just again, it's a great. I love CYO. I grew up in it, and to be able to see it continue to grow with our new staff in there, and Jack's doing a great job of making CYO continue to go.
We got to talk about my little buddy. How's my buddy doing?
He's doing wonderful. He's up at the lake.
He's not here.
He's at the lake with my parents.
Oh, he would be at the concession stand.
I know.
$9 popcorn. You could do it.
I know. He's already swimming in the lake as I'm sitting here in this 95-degree heat. But yeah, he's doing wonderful.
Good.
So,
thanks, Coach.
Absolutely. Thanks, Keith. I appreciate it.
We'll see you soon.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
As we head to the top half of the 5th, Troy will be with us in just a second. That is a great lady right there,
Woodland
guys.
High School, Alyssa Harvey.
Alyssa Harvey at bat. From Woodland High School. Got hit by the pitch, Troy.
At the plate.
You are now.
Number 20,
Am I back?
South
Yeah,
Adams
you're
High
back.
School, Addie Baker.
Did you like how I knocked over that fan? You didn't hear that, did you?
I did.
Fly ball into right field. This is going to be trouble. Could score a run here for the North to try to tie the game, and the relay is cut off, and we're tied at 2 apiece.
Stand up RBI double for Addie Baker.
Baker gets the RBI double as Harvey crosses the plate. And that'll bring up now Becca Patterson out of South Adams.
Lexi Johnson. And at the plate, Becca Patterson.
Patterson 451 this year. 3 home runs, 25 runs driven in, and 26 stolen bases. Chance to take the lead here in the 5th inning. You're mentioning a little bit ago about the CYO program, and you know as well as I do, if you have a strong feeder system, you're generally going to have a strong varsity system down the road.
Well, not only does it help your feeder system, but it helps kids understanding the transition from being an 8th grader to become a freshman and what that dedication or effort makes to you.
Yeah, it's no different than when you go from high school to play college ball. Everything you have to change about your routine that you're used to, now you're pretty much on their routine, and the expectations go up as well.
Well, the crazy thing is I was involved in CYO when I was 10 years old. I'm now 65 years old, so I've been with them for 50. They're almost like family.
Yeah.
And the coaches, now a lot of coaches are gone as we get older, but the young people recognize where they came from and how they came.
That'll be ball 4. You're 65?
Yes, sir.
Wow, you're up there.
Wow.
Now batting,
Wow.
22.
Here is
Winco High School.
Addie Gar. Uh-oh. I'm getting the finger wag.
You're getting the warning. I see how close to your button. That's the eject button. Right there.
It's getting real close.
It is, isn't it?
Addie Garrett of Whitco, the Wildcats 16-8 this season.
Oh, they hit her.
Hit by a pitch. Bases loaded now for the North. Addie, by the way, was hitting .463, or did this season, and takes one for the team. And now we'll go to the top of the order, and Ava Geyer. And here's a chance now. Geyer, we talked about her numbers, and she is a hitting machine this year. First pitch is outside for a ball.
Right now, you just put the ball over the plate, let your infielders help you out here. You need a double play.
Yeah, no outs. Ground ball to the shortstop. They have a play at home. They'll get the force there, so that helps big time.
How about those hands for the
Force out play.
that shortstop?
That was Brooklyn Grayson.
One out in the top of the fifth.
Boy, how about a close-up look right there?
And
Look at the eyes.
Lydia Vanderwood from Ileana Christian.
Lydia Vanderwood will step to the plate now, takes the pitch low and outside. I like that slow-mo. That's really nice and close, isn't it?
Yeah.
Up
I don't know
close
how
and
Chris
personal.
does that when he's doing the camera like that.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Good cut.
Man, if you could get out of this inning tied or maybe even down by one.
Yeah, you'll take it.
Yes.
Yeah, bases loaded, no outs. The infield is in. And that a called strike.
Outside corner.
So Rylan Young this year for the Hagerstown Tigers. We mentioned she won 20 games. Off-speed pitch hit foul. I think it's I looked at that stat and I kept thinking that can't be right. They were 20-3 and she won all 20 games. She was 23,
yeah.
Just something about that. I was like, I've never seen that before.
You'll never see that in baseball.
No. Hit foul, but an impressive ERA of 1.16.
How would you like to be the only pitcher in your whole entire roster? Hey, by the way, you're throwing today. Okay, thanks, guys.
Every day, yeah.
Every day.
I venture to say most pitchers don't mind. Pitch is up high. There is no pitch count rule in softball.
No. It's a natural
motion,
Yep.
yes. Of course, the way baseball players now, if you're not throwing 90-plus, nobody wants to look at you.
Who was the kid that got the no-hitter in our
yeah, and the
how many he
World
throw?
Series?
135?
That's hit foul. Struck out 19.
He became a star overnight, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was on Pat McAfee's show. He was on the Today Show.
It helps, doesn't it?
Yeah. Helped that game. Helped the All-Star number. Helped the World Series numbers.
Yeah, and they're still playing. Fouled away.
World Series game 1 tonight, 8 o'clock. Who you got?
You know that in a short series like that is always, if it were like a 7-game series, you could probably make a real decent prediction, but when it's down to 3, it's hard. Hit high in the air, down the line, and foul.
Some of us wants Coastal Carolina.
Who did?
I said some of us wants Coastal Carolina.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Just because they're the underdog?
I like their...
What is that?
It's a rooster.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you liked them just because they might be the underdog. Payout pitch, misses, a walk and a run.
Tiger.
At the plate, Lake Central High School's Taylor Schaefer.
I want to remind you, between games, we'll have the announcement of the Missed Softball Award, and the Coach of the Year Award will be announced as well. So make sure you stay tuned for that. And
Also
of course,
got Pat Lockyer.
I don't know why these
Castle will be
a lot
here.
of your guests haven't shown up lately. Are they
Pat
stiffing
will be
you?
here between the games.
Are they stiffing you?
Yeah, you know. Lauk is probably.
Yeah, Lax, I'm not going back over there. Pitch high and inside.
Well, because you're here.
Well, I'll move.
He doesn't like you.
Well, I'll still move.
Oh, okay.
The good news is, even if he didn't like me, I can move. He talks to you, so it's snap throw to first and not in time. Oh, and the crowd's upset. Come on.
Come on, Red.
2 balls and a strike. 3-2 North, regaining the lead here in the 5th inning. It's a 6-inning game, and the pitch is up high. Take a look at it. Oh, she got back in time. Good
Think
tag.
so?
Oh, yeah. We need to help you a little bit, don't we?
You get paid by the out.
Here's that one back up the middle, snagged
Oh,
by the
look at
shortstop.
this.
There's 1 and 2.
Got it. That's beautiful.
Excellent play to end the threat, but the North has regained the lead. They lead at 3-2.
Heading into the bottom of the.
At Reynolds Farm Equipment, we've got the John Deere compact tractors to help you tackle any task without the hassle. From landscaping and property care to farming and hauling, they deliver the power, versatility, and reliability you need. With quick change attachments, expert service, and flexible financing, Reynolds makes it simple to own a compact tractor. Reynolds Farm Equipment, your local John Deere dealer since 1955.
3-2 your score. Welcome back again to Bloomington and a beautiful facility here at Indiana University. Want to remind you, your business can be a part of the action in supporting the student athletes in Indiana high schools that we cover. So contact Coach at IndianaSRN.org for sponsorship opportunities. Proudly partnering with the Softball Coaches Association and the IHSAA. And as always, you have a front row seat.
You know, we've been doing this for a long, long time. Sponsorships, if you're out there, really, they're very reasonable. You get to be involved in not only these kids, but all over the state of Indiana.
Lexington Jenkins.
I will say it's a lot of fun with our sponsors. We had a lot of sponsors this year. Need some starting
leading off
soon.
Yeah,
I can't mention the word, right?
Hannah Burns.
Can't mention August.
No, don't. Okay. You can't say football yet.
Okay.
Talent camp. Well, I forgot it's on the floor. Somebody
Carrie stepped on it, I think.
It was.
She put it over there. She stepped on it.
Oh, okay.
She knew it was yours.
Yeah.
She stomped on it 3 or 4 times.
I was going to put it on, too, and next thing you know, she was all over it.
I love when he said, talent kid, your eyes got real big.
Where? I looked right over here. Here's Hannah Burns out of Charlestown, the Pirates. 19-9.
Oh, get down.
Foul ball. Hannah this year, a .407 hitter, 7 home runs, and 27 runs driven in. And by the way, looks like Natalie Packard is pitching now for the North out of Logansport. 8-1 on the year with an ERA 1.58. Berries this year again 25-5. Pitches up high. Just think, Coach, this is the last day of high school softball
and baseball. This is it.
Yep,
this is it.
This is it for high school sports. The 1-2 pitch. Got her looking. Excellent pitch by Packard.
See that guy right there?
Yes.
That's Tony Matthews, head coach at Cathedral, state champion. That dude has been around a long time, and he is a big advocate for IndianaSRN and high school sports. Said hi to us and wanted to spend some time with us. And I asked him where he's going to put the state championship banner. He goes, I got 2.
Really?
One in the gym and one right on my brand new field down on the east side of Indianapolis. Tony's been around time. Buddy, I appreciate you. Great. He is very knowledgeable. He's the grandfather. He really is. Yeah. I mean, he's a great guy.
Caitlin Marks, one of the candidates for Miss Softball, steps to the plate. What a year and what a career she has had. Tecumseh this year, the 2A state champions. They went 31-2. She's the all-time hits leader in a single season. And slaps this one for a base hit. That's going to be extra bases.
Send her to 3.
Marks makes the turn, hesitated, and then will get the third triple of the day for the South.
That's a triple. Caitlin Marks.
.561 hitter.
And then the arch.
From Bar Reeve High School, Kennedy Huff.
Kennedy Huff out of Bar Reeve. The Vikings this year went 14-8, and now a chance for the South to tie the ball game. Packard's pitch is high and outside.
Bar Reeve's had a tough schedule. 2-2 in the blue chip conference, but man, 14 wins in that area, that's pretty impressive.
Big cut and a miss.
I think she was going for the fence there.
You know, for Coach to win that championship, and you've been involved in softball your entire life. As you said, a great champion for the game of softball here in the state of Indiana.
Many people he has helped through the years.
Well, and to be here today is a great honor as well. Swing and a miss. 2 strikeouts now for Packard.
Now up in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Here is
Caitlin
Caitlin Randall out of Forest Park. The Rangers certainly counted on her a lot this year at .465, 11 home runs, and 31 runs driven in. And an all-star nod, and she'll foul this one away. And that went through about 3 or 4 people's hands. Nobody made the catch. You almost got him to bring you that ball.
I know, he almost did.
We'll get an RBI here. We'd be tied at 3. Is that pitch a little bit low and inside?
I think I would throw her inside.
High and tight, low and away.
High and tight.
All right. Well, it went high, but it wasn't tight.
And it was outside.
Yes.
She's not listening. No. Maybe she doesn't have her bed in.
Yeah, those communication systems they have, which will eventually be in high school.
Well, some schools do have them now.
Yeah. There's a strike. And, again, it will soon be a shot clock in high school basketball.
No, there won't.
Oh, yeah.
I want one, but no, there
And
won't.
you know what else is going to change here soon is there will be 4 quarters in men's college basketball. They're talking about that now, too. Change is good. Blowing outside.
Are they talking 12-minute quarters in men's basketball?
Well, right now it's 15-minute halves, so is
no, it's 20-minute halves.
20-minute halves, so it'd be 40. So I would just split that up. 10 minutes,
10 minutes.
That's what my math does for me. High into center field. That's going to fall in for extra bases. Ties the game at 3.
This won't be a triple.
Would have been the 4th of the ball game, but able to tie the game as Randall gets the RBI.
Double for Caitlin Randall.
That's a big hit.
Back to the top of the line.
So we'll go to Izzy Neal.
What's the score?
From Brownsburg.
3-3.
Yeah. How many outs?
2.
Uh-huh.
Can't you see the scoreboard?
I can. I'm just noticing. Are you noticing what I'm noticing?
That somebody is at the plate that's going to Ohio State.
There you go.
Bunt laid down. I have not said.
Did you see that she waved up here for you?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I have not said that name this many times in a broadcast in my life. And I refuse to say it the rest of the day.
Okay. Well, you got to. She plays game 2.
Well, I don't have to say where she's going. Bunt laid down, third base side. Could be a tough play, and the runner is safe as the South continues with 2 away here in the bottom half of the 5th inning.
How about sacrificing right there? You
Well,
think she did this before a hit?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
From
Yeah.
Noblesville High School, Brooklyn Grayson.
Here's Grayson. Grayson steps up, chance to give the South the lead now with 2 away. I know, and all kidding aside, Izzy Neal will enjoy her time in Columbus.
You know she will.
Runner takes off. That one's slapped foul.
Tony had them both running.
Now, if I had a chance to talk with Izzy a little bit more before the game, I think I could have changed her mind.
Izzy's going to listen to this and go, that guy's a fool.
Well, I'm a very convincing person. Ground ball, backhanded by the shortstop. High throw, but in time. And we will head to the 6th inning, tied at 3.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
You want a piece of equipment you can trust, one that's easy to use. No matter the size of the job, you want to create a feeling worthwhile, something you can use for every job. For over 60 years, Reynolds has been a community staple, ensuring our customers powerful implements, top quality care and service. You need something that's in it for the long haul. Visit Reynolds Farm Equipment, your hometown John Deere dealer, today at reynoldsfarmequipment.com.
Back here in Bloomington, from first pitch to the final whistle, IndianaSRN covers soccer, softball, football, volleyball, and more. Brought to you today by the Indiana High School Athletic Association. We want to remind you we have sponsorships available. Email coach at indianasrn.org. IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat. Lexi Smith will lead things off as that went in the dirt.
That hit the umpire.
Rylan Young back in from Hagerstown for the South. Crown Point, the 4A state champions. 31 wins this year. Low and inside. Game 2 will be about 30 minutes following the conclusion of Game 1. And again, between games will be the announcement of Miss Softball and the Coach of the Year. The 2-0 pitch, called strike. You are still scheduled to have more guests throughout the remainder of the day.
Yes, sir.
There's strike 2.
We'll have Pat Lockyer from Castle in between games.
And if Mr. Lauk decides to show up,
we'll have him.
But he's a PA guy. He didn't have time to mess with you. He's got things to do.
He was real excited about his sons going to big-time school.
He should be.
But he should.
Now, I don't mind saying Iowa. Ground ball to the third baseman. High hop, strong throw, and gets the out. One thing about the ball here today, it takes a hop on that turf, and Peyton Pryor out of Boonville stayed with it.
Logansport High School.
Here is Natalie Packard out of Logansport. Saw her pitching here over the last couple of innings. By the way, the Berries no longer a part of the North Central Conference.
Yeah, where did they go?
I forget the conference they're in, but they're staying somewhere closer up north. I'll have to look that up. They're in the NCC, if I'm not mistaken, as that's fouled away from its inception. So, but it comes down to.
Is that conference still?
I think there's 6 teams left.
Good angle.
Used to be 10?
It was at one point, I think, 12. And a lot of schools just don't want to travel that far anymore. And you think about going from Logansport all the way down to Richmond and Muncie and that, and especially games during the week, that's a lot of travel time, and then you got to get back to school the next day. Lifted in the air to left field. The catch made, 2 away.
Of course, she got a late start on that. Still got that ball.
Ball hung up there as well. Here is Olivia Fuentes.
Lowell High School, Olivia Fuentes.
Top of inning number 6 here in Bloomington. That one hit foul.
Hit the pole.
It did.
You hear the vibration?
I did. I heard it too.
That's how people, when they start talking to me.
The vibration in your head?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing in it.
Yeah, it just bounces around. The 0-1. Second game, as we mentioned, about 30 minutes after this one, there will be all kinds of changes in game number 2. Swing and a miss.
We hope we get the information.
Yeah. You may be doing it just by sight.
Exactly.
And that's okay.
Yep.
The important thing is for all of these young ladies to get a chance to play today and see some of the best. You know, it's interesting to watch. Again, it's also about friendships. I only got into one all-star game in my life. Now, I don't see any of those guys anymore. But you get a chance to learn about other people, or they're playing the same sport you are. There's a base hit. It's going to be extra bases once again, as the North now has the go-ahead run down at second base. But a lot of times, these young athletes will connect with these other players for many years.
Well, the other thing is, I asked both coaches, are you going to try to win this thing?
And he said, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to win this thing.
Swing and a miss.
Why wouldn't I want to come out? I'm not going to come out just to play.
Here is Sydney Rainford out of North Newton, the 1A state champions. The 0-1 pitch. That'll be hit foul to our right. Yeah, you're going to come here to win, and again, that's very important, but at the end of the day, not as important as all the other parts of this with the banquet last night and chance to just get to know the other players on your team and the other team as well. Could be trouble into right field. The second baseman out to make the catch. Final out. They'll leave a runner on. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning, tied at 3.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Look at that out in the outfield.
Some of the fans getting a chance to watch from deep center field.
Wonder if there's any Kentucky Fried Chicken out there.
Well, if there's not, there will be. Lunchtime. What time are we eating lunch?
Our lunch should arrive in between games.
What are we having? What steak dinner are we having this time?
6 from North Newton High School, Sydney Rainford. And behind the plate,
enjoy your hot dog and be happy with it.
Dominguez.
Wow. Isabella Dominguez will be pitching now for the North. Again, it will not go past this bottom half of the 6th inning, as they will stop the game when this one is over, and then we'll have about 30 minutes between games. But we will come back for the announcement of the Miss Softball and the Coach of the Year awards.
And my interview.
Is that between games?
Yes, sir.
Giving the pitcher a chance, since you can get a chance to warm up a little bit, as Dominguez getting her final warm-up tosses. Take a look at the 3 outfielders as well for the North. Kate Murray should lead things off here for the South.
Fishers High School, Kate Murray.
You know, Kate can just hit a home run here and finish it, right?
I think that would be appropriate.
It would be apropos to do that, yes.
What's the word?
Apropos.
I don't know what that word means.
Same thing you said.
Apropos?
Apropos. Pitches up high.
Apropos is French.
Apropos is French.
Is it?
Oui.
Oui.
Oui, oui.
Uh-huh. Como está?
Uno momento, por favor.
Si.
Speak 3 languages.
I tried to speak English once.
We're still waiting.
Whoa!
Hit foul.
That scared me.
Yeah, you have a net and glass in front of us.
I don't care. It was right toward my head.
1 ball and 1 strike.
I'm special.
You're special, all right.
Thank you.
Murray has hit 7 home runs during her senior season. I just think it'd be kind of neat to hit one out and end the game.
Walk-off home run.
I mean, wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah. Can I mention the rosin bag?
What about it?
I think it should be outlawed.
Why?
I don't think you should have one.
It's just drying off the sweat.
No. Use your pants.
What if your pants are wet? Here's the 1-2. You have an answer for that one, Smarty? What if your pants are wet?
Then you wipe use your chest.
What if your chest is what? There's a lot of what ifs there.
Use your
hair.
You know,
everybody's sweating like a dog out there, and you want everything to be dry.
I just don't think it's right.
Of all the things in the world, and you think the rosin bag is an issue. Swing and a miss.
Well, the problem is you don't think so. That's what's bothering.
Oh.
At the plate, Bishop Chatard High School.
Anna Caskey.
Anna Caskey.
Annie, as we mentioned, going to Belmont.
The Bruins.
We saw them baseball-wise in Terre Haute last year. Remember that?
We did.
Stayed in the same hotel.
Those kids were a lot of fun.
They were.
They could eat some waffles, couldn't they?
My
goodness.
Yeah.
That line.
And usually the pitchers that weren't pitching that day, they were the ones that were eating all the
Scarfing.
food. Yes. Here's the 1-0 pitch.
That and bananas. That kid kept on putting bananas in his bag. I said, how many are you going to have? He goes, it's a doubleheader, Coach.
That's right. I'm not so sure he didn't take more than just bananas.
Well, I had a broadcaster once that took a whole bunch of Chick-fil-A sandwiches home.
I know. I think there were 7 of them. And he also ended up drinking 20 glasses of orange juice that one morning. Popped up right side, and it'll go foul. Have you ever heard of anybody drinking 20 glasses of orange juice in one morning?
Come on, Coach. Off your feet there, buddy.
That is a lot of OJ. Yeah. 2 balls and 1 strike as we play here in the bottom of the 6th inning of the All-Star doubleheader. Game 1, and another nice pitch.
Boy, she
swing
threw
and a
that right
miss.
past her.
Wow. That time, Caskey was thinking about her 13th home run, though this one would be unofficial. Caskey, we know how good of a basketball player she is.
Very good athlete.
Hit well, but foul down the line and almost making the catch. Second baseman, great hustle. Vanderwood out of Indiana Christian. Vikings this year 18-10. You know, one reason that they say, well, why are you only playing 6 innings in the 2 games is a lot of these folks got a long way to go to get back home, too.
Yep.
So I want to make sure they get him back a decent hour. Good cut by Caskey.
She's fighting it off, isn't she?
You know, the thing is, on the screen, you look at Caskey and you don't think, well, but look how tall she is. She's about 6'1". So from a standpoint as a hitter, she's got to go down and get some of those balls.
Yep. And they're throwing her outside, too.
The 2-2 pitch on the way. That's going to be a base hit for Caskey, and that's an excellent at-bat. Stayed back
nice
on that one.
Back there, Caskey. And at the plate, Sylvia Mudis from Zionsville High School.
Sylvia steps to the plate. Now, if it were Keith Myers, the head coach,
I'm button.
He would already squeeze, but Caskey, by the way, is going to come out of the ball game.
I'm button right here.
They're going to get some speed here.
1 out. I'm button. Get her to second base.
I believe that's going to be Izzy Neal, and that's a good choice. 40 stolen bases this year. You know why I wouldn't bunt right here? Because you have a player with 40 stolen bases.
Okay, then run her.
We'll give him time. Let him
They
strategize
aren't
a
throwing
little
a
bit.
pitch. Run! Come on.
There's only 1 out. Be calm. You have a good hitter at the plate. Be calm. There she goes. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second. Not in time. Are you happy now?
Now we're going to steal her to third. No? Why not? It's an all-star game. The worst that could happen is you tie 3-3.
But if you unload 1 out, why make an out at third and you get a base hit? She can score.
She's got all those stolen bases.
Oh, and a swing and a
Okay,
miss.
now, see? She could be down at third. Now you got 2 outs.
But you can still steal here. You just are so impatient.
Kendall Jordan from
Come on,
Fishers High
Kendall.
School.
Kendall Jordan, 5'16" hitter. Lines it into left field, base hit. My strategy worked. There is the winning run. All you had to do is be patient. And the South wins it 4-3, and it's a good thing they weren't listening to Coach Myers. Otherwise, it would have been a tie. But how about that? The South wins 4-3. Are you going to start listening to me a little bit more now?
No. I disagree with this.
You disagree with the 4-3 win.
I'm glad South won, but
and Kendall Jordan and a 5'16" hitter ends up driving in the winning run. Now, again, we'll have the Miss Softball Coach of the Year awards coming up in just a couple of moments. The start of the next game will be in about 30 minutes. But I tell you what, we saw a lot of great softball here in Game 1. We're expecting more in Game 2, Coach. We'll take a timeout. And again, Miss Softball Coach of the Year awards coming up in just a moment here on IndianaSRN.
Thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Looking to elevate your brand? Choose Dynamark, your local one-stop shop for all your print, signs, promo products, apparel, and mailing services. Serving Indianapolis for over 50 years. Dynamark, where strong relationships are built through exceptional service.
Tony Matthews.
Back here in Bloomington, We're going to go downstairs. They're announcing the nominees for the Coaches of the Year.
And District 5, Gordon Wood from Tecumseh High School.
There you see the 5 coaches right there, and they'll be making the announcement of the Coach of the Year here in just a moment. They're ready to go.
Congratulations to all 5 coaches as nominees from your district as Coaches of the Year. Our 2025 Indiana High School Coach of the Year from Tecumseh High School, Gordon Wood.
So congratulations to Gordon Wood out of Tecumseh, the Coach of the Year. Now we'll be meeting
Now, fans, let's meet
the nominees for the
2025
Miss Softball.
Indiana Miss Softball candidates. First from District 1, from New Prairie High School, Ava Geyer. From District 2 in Penn High School, Ava Zachary. District 3, Brownsburg High School's Izzy Neal. From District 4 in Shelbyville High School, Addison Steinecker. In District 5, Tecumseh High School's Caitlin Marks. Ladies and gentlemen, our 2025 Indiana Miss Softball from Penn High School, Ava Zachary.
So there you have it. Ava Zachary from Penn High School is the Indiana Miss Softball for 2025. We remind you we're about 30 minutes away from Game 2, so do not go away here on. Oh, we got a guest now. Are you ready to go back to work?
I'm ready.
All right, I'll step away so you can actually do something here this afternoon.
Wow. Joining us now. You notice he left. That's a good thing, Paul. He gave up his seat. Paul Lockyer with us from Castle High School. Not a bad first game.
It was a really good game. We don't always get that much of a competition, but that was a good one.
Talk a little bit about the Castle Knights and the great year that you have had.
We had kind of a tough year. The first half was very tough. We faced a lot of D1 pitchers, and came on at the end of the season, won our conference and our sectional, so that's always a good thing.
I know you've been around for a long time. You've been coaching this game for a long time. What's the growth? What do you see as the thing that really has brought softball really, really well?
Well, I think it always ebbs and flows a little bit. Some years the hitting is better, some years the pitching is better. I think overall, when I first started coaching 35 years ago, the pitching dominated, and we still have really, really good pitchers, but I think the hitting it has improved a lot. I think you see that at the college level too. Great pitchers get hit, and I think that's a testament to the people working on that as much as the pitchers work on pitching.
Talk a little bit about your organization, this organization, how much involvement you have in this organization.
I'm the District 5 rep. I was involved with the ICGSA before SCAI, and this is kind of an offshoot. Volleyball kind of has their own organization. Basketball has their own organization. ICGSA was like all sports together, and we've got our offshoot things going now, and this is relatively new. but I think the people involved with it are doing their best to do the right thing.
Media coverage has grown. This is our 4th year. What does that bring to the table for you guys?
I think it's incredible. It's a great crowd out here today, even though it's pretty hot. But I think the sport itself is so big, and the fact that people don't have to be here to see what's going on is awesome.
Yep. What's your goal next year?
Well, we got a lot of rebuilding to do, even after our tough year. We have a new indoor facility that we're going to wear out. We're going to wear that thing out and get us fundamentally good as we can be, and just try to compete every game out.
Okay, you know where we are. Just give us a call. We'll come down and do some games for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, love to do it. Seriously.
We're looking at having some games at potentially at the University of Evansville, which is a great place for you guys to maybe set up. I'll definitely be in touch.
We know Evansville pretty well.
Good deal.
Coach,
Good deal.
Thanks very much.
All right, thank
God
you.
bless you. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll take a break until we get to game number 2.
Brian Chrisman joins me today. And Brian, talk a little bit about the winter and Wheeler Mission and how important it is for people to help Wheeler Mission, because winter means homeless and homeless means people in the cold. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, we really serve a lot of people year round, no matter what the weather is, right? And so we serve anywhere from 700 to 900 people who are experiencing homelessness every single night. But when winter hits, that can become life or death. So if you're stuck out in the cold, happens every year. IMPD will find people out in the cold and encourage them to come in. But if they don't catch them in time, I mean, again, life and death. And so it's vital that our doors are open. And so we do that. Our staff shows up every day to make sure our doors are open. We serve 1,000 meals a day plus every single day. That's a nice, warm, nutritious meal. Donors provide that. Donors provide our food, coffee, something hot to drink. Donors provide that. So there's a lot of opportunities to get involved at Wheeler to make sure we can get through winter, or to work at Wheeler. We need staff, and so we're always looking for staff to get us through the winter time. We spread ourselves thin during winter, making sure that anybody can find space, and so we have bed capacities. For sure, but we go beyond that every winter to make sure that the city has an option for people who are experiencing homelessness in the dead of winter.
Schools out there that are watching this program with our reach, maybe they want to do a sock drive, or they want to do a sweatshirt drive. They can contact our office at IndianaSRN, or they can contact you. Where's a contact, or who would be a contact that maybe we want to do a sock drive? I think that would be a great idea for SRN to start one of those sock drives. How would that? What does that look like?
Yeah, so if you go to wheelermission.org, we have our needs lists that are right there on our website. Those change sometimes in the winter, but there are some needs that are pretty much continual when it comes to hygiene items, when it comes to warm items to get us through the winter. So when you're talking about coats, especially bigger sizes for people that come through, we want to make sure a lot of people that come to our mission, they come with the clothes on their back, right? And so we need to make sure they have something to wear during their stay with us, which could be for a few weeks, could be for a couple months. And so go to our website, wheelermission.org. You can donate directly there, whether it's a financial donation or you can look at our needs list. You can even find drop-off locations. You can drop it off at some of the barns that we have around the city, or come right down to Wheeler Mission, drop it off right there. But we need this community's support. So greatest thing about Indianapolis is it is a generous community.
Yes.
It is a community that steps up when there's a need. And there's 1,700 homeless individuals in our community. That number has risen 5% just over the last year. Wheeler Mission is the main place for those individuals to go, has been since 1893, over 130 years. And so support that ministry so that those doors can be open, making sure that every man, woman, and child that needs to come inside can come inside and not only get warm, but get nutritious meals, food, shelter, and care. So beyond that, we take them through a whole journey of program to make sure that they come out our back door different people. But the first things first, right? Get them fed and get them warm and get them safe.
Since it's basketball season and we cover over 300 games a year on Indiana SRN, we challenge our basketball teams and our basketball programs to get involved. There are meals that need to be served. Tell our teams out there how they can help and serve meals.
Yeah, no better way to really open your eyes to the community's needs than to stand in front of people who are desperately in need and hand them a meal, hand them what they're asking for that day. So great group opportunity is to volunteer at Wheeler, Michigan. You can go to wheelervolunteer.org. You can sign up a group. It can take an hour and a half to come down and serve a lunch. You can get 12, 15 people involved in that, a dinner. Come down either at our men's shelter or our women's shelter. It's a really cool experience for teams, not only to help in a way that you're making a difference, but to see the people that you're helping, right? To hand a meal to someone and smile and say hi to someone literally in their darkest moment, right? So
best assist they can ever make.
Oh yeah,
is to serve a meal.
That's a good point. It's a slam dunk.
It's a slam dunk, exactly. For Indiana SRN, this is Keith Myers.
Good enough? Did that fan help you or not? I don't know if it will last. I don't know. You might have to use both of them because I don't know how long that one will last. You know, I was looking around the ballpark and happened to look over to my left and I thought that was you standing right there. I said, aren't you supposed to? I'm proud of you. Why?
For 3 weeks now, every day he's going to the gym and he's doing 5 miles on the bike.
Really? Taco Bell? No. Did you get that stipulation? 7? Why would you get the 5 food? Well, I'm up. You buy about 16. Except on Thursday. What are you doing Thursday? You doing 15? Oh, you doing 7? He lives in the afternoon. How close is the wide your house? Oh, that's it? Walk there. But my date, I think my date's better. My home doesn't improve much. My wife doesn't improve much. I wasn't plus walking from the bathroom to here. My date was good. That was good. You got a phone? It was.
All right, players and coaches, let's make our way back to our dugouts as we're looking at about a 12:15 now. 12:15 start time for game 2.
Jimmy went out to sit in the Jeep. He's not coming back. I don't think they're coming back. Jimmy's going out to check.
It's warm out there. Oh, I know. I felt my back and I was like,
He was looking up here, wanting to give her a sign. I wasn't good. This is all you, kid. He's like, she's being like, you didn't listen to her. She's not. You don't make it run around. He gets mad at me, don't even look at me the third half time.
The South team will be our visitors for game 2. North team will be a home team on the dugout or in the scoreboard. And again, coaches and players, let's get rounded up and get ready to start here very shortly.
Say, Matt, careful. Yeah, we'll be there.
What sandwich are you eating?
oh, okay. Yeah, gotcha. And you so I'm just going to go grab that hammer, grab that and the
What did
brass.
you tell me to get you?
Gotcha.
I told you told me to get you turkey. That's not turkey.
Gotcha. Okay.
Did I take your seat? Yes.
Well, that's all.
He's doing it again.
That's all I asked to be what you guys do. So what you gonna do if you're gonna do that?
Well, what are you going to do?
I told.
I'll plug this and I'll do something. I'll do on you.
I told them, I said,
You're going to have a choice. We could run the driver. No. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. I'm gonna put on my headphones. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back. And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Bloomington, Indiana, and Andy Moore Field on the campus of Indiana University. Great to have you with us. It is All-Star Saturday for the Indiana North and South All-Stars. Game 1 went to the South. They scored a run in the bottom half of the 6th inning. They won that contest 4-3, so now we're gearing up for game number 2. Today's All-Star Saturday is brought to you in part by Reynolds Farm Equipment. Reynolds Farm Equipment is your local hometown John Deere dealer. They've been open since 1955. They have 5 locations in central Indiana to meet your equipment, parts, and service needs. Boilermaker Local 374, a union representing skilled workers in Indiana. They had the Boilermaker advantage. Burtner Electric, spark with confidence, your trusted electrician partners since 1986. Wheeler Mission, helping our neighbors in need since 1893. They've been here to help thanks to caring individuals. Aspen Creek Grill, the largest selection of food made from scratch and fairly priced. They have 2 locations in Noblesville and Greenwood. The Morales Group, their mission is building better futures one story at a time. LifeWise Academy. LifeWise Academy's mission is to positively impact students, schools, and communities. Contact them at lifewise.org. Officially Human. Their mission is to restore respect to game officials and recognize them as authorities on the field and the court. RefReps. At RefReps, their mission is to help spread the word and make sure you know it is through the officials' eyes that you understand what we officials go through. And from IndianaSRN and the sports page, border to border, coast to coast, sports coverage each and every day. Troy Dergowski, Coach Keith Myers to my right, who is, it's past your nap time. I'm telling you what, we've got another All-Star game to go.
I'm pumped. I got my Jimmy John's.
You got your Jimmy John's. You're still drinking your fine Coke in a collector cup, I might add.
Yes, $8.75 right here at the gift shop at the Indiana University. You know, up at where I'm from.
Yeah,
that's only like $3.
Yeah, up where you're from.
Yeah,
like where?
West Lafayette.
Oh, that's right. You're a Purdue guy.
Yeah,
I forgot about that. Well, we saw a great game in game 1.
Did.
It was a 4-3 contest thanks to the decision I made to go ahead and take a base hit there instead of trying to steal everybody. The South won that contest. Now the North will be the home team.
Yep.
The South will be the visiting team in game 2.
Yeah, you look at both teams evenly matched, right? On the All-Star, sometimes we see really lopsided games and stuff. It was pretty competitive, and I thought pretty nice. Coaching did a great job. I thought the umpires did a great job. And other than our broadcast, I thought everything was great.
Everything was fantastic. And by the way, Game 2, Sydney Rainford out of North Newton. They won a state champion. She'll get the start in game number 2. And you talk about a great year for Sydney, 22-1, an ERA of 0.35, and she had 373 strikeouts this season.
She could hum the ball. She's also a state champion, as you mentioned, and We're going to see fastball, a little bit of screwball, and she's got that little changeup as well. She's a pretty good ball player.
And by the way, Isabella Dominguez will be her catcher in game number 2. So once she is through with the warm-ups, we'll get started. And by the way, as we mentioned in game 1, it is starting to heat up a lot here in Bloomington. It's going to be that way for the next few days, but they want to make sure keep everybody hydrated and stay safe here in the second game.
86 degrees right now in good old Bloomington. The white shirt that's at third base, well, that's not that she forgot her uniform. That's our Ms. Softball Indiana this season.
Yeah, that is Ava Zachary, who was named Miss Softball between the 2 games, and we are ready to go. Game number 2, 6 innings. No matter what, that's all they're going to play is Avery Layton out of Rossville will lead things off. She's on her way to Virginia Tech this season.
I kind of like how they start the lineup where they left off game number 1.
Yeah, everybody's going to hit throughout the 2 games, a good cut and a foul.
Oh, that might have hit Chris Shin.
Very close. Yeah, he is on the roof here for game number 2, and boy, I know that he's got those 2 little fans, but
Christian,
it's still hot.
Christian, if you're okay, if you can wave your camera, okay, good. I want to make sure you're all right.
The 0-2 pitch is up high.
Christian told me those fans saved him, though.
They helped, yeah.
He said that Phil's pretty good. There's Miss Softball.
Yeah, Ava Zachary.
She's waving to us. Hi.
Well, congratulations to Ava, and what a career she
had.
Popped up and foul. And we mentioned her numbers in game number 1, but just
there's a shot right there. That's awesome. That's awesome. Which tells you how close that ball came to hit him. That's awesome. Oh, man.
Does he get to keep that ball, by the way?
I think he will.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Another one fouled back, and that one just a little bit short, but it was close too.
Yeah. This is the first weekend he's worked with us, so, he's got a couple years with us now, but that's awesome.
You're going to have hazard pay.
What did you do today? Oh, I got hit by 4 or 5 softballs. But I had a great time.
Had a great time. And it was only near 90 the whole time I was up there. Pitch inside.
And the guys in the booth was at a 68-degree press box. But, other than that, it was awesome.
Hey, but we paid our dues a year ago when there was no air conditioning.
Last 2 years.
It was warm, yeah. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Game number 2 is now underway. That's low and inside.
Game number 1 took less than an hour to play. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was a little over an hour, right? Yeah, it was a little over an hour.
Okay.
But not much. It did go quick. It was an hour and 20. Okay, hour 20, not bad. Payoff pitch coming up. Grounded off the third baseman, the Miss Softball Ava Zachary, unable to reach out and grab that one. So it'll be a leadoff base hit. And now stepping to the plate for the South All-Stars.
For the South, number 9, Shelbyville High School's Addison
This will be Addison Steinecker, who had a great year, 14 home runs. Have the umpire
pitch running, number 2, Izzy Neal.
Coming out after he went to the dugout, but Izzy Neal will be pinch running down at first. Izzy, one of the other players who was considered in the running for Miss Softball, as that pitch gets by the catcher, Dominguez, and goes all the way back to the backstop.
I think she can run
a little bit. Of course, she, as I mentioned, was on base when Coach was trying to get her to steal third in the bottom of the 6th inning, and then they got a base hit and scored her from second, which is how you're supposed to do it. Ground ball, left side.
Oh, did you see her look back?
Zachary did exactly what you're supposed to do, look the runner back and make a strong throw. We're beginning really to question some of the moves you want to make when it comes to baseball and softball.
Do you know what my record was for baseball as a major?
Oh, for what?
Oh, no. I won some games.
I'll got to check the records. In the dirt.
I still have the best record to this day at Community Little League and Pee Wee basketball.
That I believe.
Baseball.
Carmen Rubel steps to the plate from Connorsville.
You act like you don't believe me.
I don't.
Okay. I wouldn't either. Oh, foul ball off the mask. Walk around, umpires. Make sure you know.
1 ball and 1 strike. Dominguez will now head to the circle.
That is called a courtesy for the umpire, so he can get his breath. Have you ever umpired baseball?
Yes.
Okay, so have you ever been hit like that?
No.
It rings your bell a little
But
bit.
I have been a catcher in baseball and got hit in the mask.
You know our buddy Sean Craw, he was a catcher.
Well, this was high school baseball, not pee-wee baseball like Crawl.
Wow.
Here's the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss.
Of course, Sean is doing summer camp for his church. He's probably not even paying attention.
No, he's not paying it. So you can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
What
By
are
the
the
way,
odds?
hi, Jarrett Lewis, who's watching from the radio booth.
Made his move from Houston back to Indy. Here's the 1-2 pitch, hit foul.
Last game of the year for high school sports today.
Yeah, and you have the 2 baseball championships.
Yep.
Still to come tonight. This afternoon and tonight.
You going down?
No. Too hot.
Okay.
I'm a fair weather fan. Here's the 1-2. That one popped up, and that'll go foul.
Now, during regular season, I bet you she would have dove for that. No?
That depends.
Okay.
I'm not sure she even, if she would have dove for that one, would have been able to get to it. Boone Grove and Evansville, modern day, at 4:30 for baseball. That's your 2A championship. 4A, Valpo, and Evansville North.
Wow, 2 Evansville schools.
Yeah.
Plus Jasper.
I think, and there were 3 Evansville schools, I think, represented in all the state championships.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, and you mentioned Jasper.
We have some friends down in Evansville. Now we have a friend in Castle.
Yeah. You might be going down there then, huh?
I'm okay with that.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
IndianaSRN will travel anywhere you want us to travel.
Would you go to Japan?
Not today, but I would go to Japan if it's just a weekend.
It's going to take you a weekend to get there. We'll stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes. South trying to get on top here in the top half of inning number 1. The other one popped up, and that too will go out of play. One thing at least the South is doing right now is they're making Sidney Rainford throw a lot of pitches. Mentioned a very warm day today, and by the time we get out of here, it's going to be perhaps in the mid-90s, at least lower 90s. There's another foul ball. As a pitcher, this will wear you out too.
It looks like she's wearing like a brace to protect her shoulder a little bit. Brings her shoulder in.
Yeah, that's one of those that is able to pull her shoulder down a little bit. That way she keeps it more of a level swing. It's something, a gadget that a lot of players use now. It'll be popped up to the third baseman, Zachary, for out number 1, but that's a pretty good at bat right there for Rubel.
You know, you're talking equipment. Was watching the NC2A college
Now
game.
at the plate,
and,
number 11 from New Palestine High School, Katie Hershey.
Color commentary told me was explaining the shoulder guard. That's like $16. The armpit guard is another $16. The shin guard, the leg guard, the ankle belt guard. It's like $178 just to go up the bat. And that's not including your bat. Your bat's probably $200.
Oh, yeah.
So you got, and your helmet, so you got probably $500 worth of equipment.
Yeah.
In baseball.
It's not cheap. Not cheap for sure.
And in lacrosse, they just wear that little thin chest protector. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Here's the 0-1. Well, it has certainly changed over the years. Players, you saw the players coming in, and most of them have 3 or 4 bats. Again, you talk about the gloves. And
2 shoes.
Well, and the other thing is if they play multiple positions, they're going to have different gloves. So, yeah, it's not cheap. The 0-2. That hitter.
It's just like Jerry when he comes to produce. You know, he's got to have his Coke. He's got to have his M&Ms.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, you didn't get any.
At the plate.
He was reminding you didn't bring any of
Center
that
Grove High
stuff.
School's Mae Munson.
Mae Munson from Center Grove on her way to IU Indy. I'll tell you what, though. Spent some money today. Pitches up high. You guys were laying out cash left and right. But you got a souvenir cup.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Here's the 1-0. Long first half inning. We went in game 1. I think we were done with the first 2 innings already. It was that quick.
Well, now they get to see each other. The process is a lot different.
Runners at first and second, 2 away. North trying to get out of a jam here in the first. Nice bunt laid down, charging and throwing. Great play by Ava Zachary. Miss softball for 2025, ending the half inning. After half inning of play, the South nothing, North coming to bat.
Nice defensive play in the top of the first inning.
When the job takes you off-road, John Deere Gators are built to go the distance. At Reynolds Farm Equipment, we've got the utility vehicles that work as hard as you do, hauling, towing, and powering through the toughest terrain. With expert service and support, Reynolds helps you get more done every day. Reynolds Farm Equipment, your local John Deere dealer since 1955.
Back once again here in Bloomington. Want to remind you that today's game is presented by the Softball Coaches Association of Indiana. They're developing and promoting Indiana high school softball, and also by the Indiana High School Athletic Association, where education-based athletics come first. And don't forget, you can catch soccer, football, volleyball, and more all season long on IndianaSRN.org, where you always have a front row seat. We do have sponsorship opportunities available. Just email coach@IndianaSRN.org, and he can take care of your needs right there. And we're not that far away from, I don't mention ever what the next season is this early. You got to wait until about end of July for me.
Have you seen the closing?
Of what?
Of how we end the broadcast?
No.
Oh.
That?
Yeah.
Or this?
That.
Have
you read that yet?
I have. Well, it's not the end of the season yet.
Number 14, Rylan Young.
Didn't you say I need to read it at the end of the broadcast?
Yes.
We're not done yet.
Okay. Ava Ratliff from Bedford North Lawrence.
I'm glad we can communicate.
I think when Dave Lauk comes, I think I'll switch and I'll do the PA and he can just – because you're abusing me right now.
North will step to the plate. Leading things off will be Lexi Johnson.
Number 10, Lexi Johnson from South Central
who is
High
your
School,
next
leading
guest?
off the bottom of the first.
Dave Lauk should be coming in.
Okay.
And also we have Kate Todd coming in.
Who's going to do PA?
I'm sure they'll rotate. I'm sure David will take 3 or 4 innings to.
Yeah.
We have so much to talk about.
The money he's making doing the PA, he's not stepping out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Lexi Johnson out of South Central Union Mills will take that pitch low and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lexi, a .398 hitter this year. Of course, she was dominant on the mound at 17-6 with an ERA of 1.60. And the pitch is low. For the South All-Stars, Rylan Young is pitching. We saw Rylan throw in game 1. And misses high. They'll play 6 innings. The first game, again, a 6-inning contest won by the South by a final of 4-3. Popped up left side. Shallow left field, and then it's going to fall in for a base hit, heading to second, and now going to be caught in a run down here. That's a good effort, though, right there by Johnson.
Let me tell you, that's how I would do it.
Yep.
And then go right around you. Oh, that's good.
Now that was going to be a tough play for the shortstop, no matter what.
Well, I think the wind caught it, didn't it?
Dominguez from Tri-County High School.
Actually, I think it was more just the high sky and such there for Katie Matthews out of Newcastle. Here is Isabella Dominguez, who's the catcher here in game 2. And you're right, there is a little bit of a breeze going pretty much straight out center field. But you had to certainly make that junction backwards first and try to maybe come in on it. That'll be a hopper to the shortstop. And that's one of those plays where that ball played Matthews instead of she stepping up and taking that on the short hop on a charge. So that will be an error on the shortstop.
That's just tough. That's a tough play.
At the plate.
Ava Zachary.
They got to give her a hit on that.
Ava Zachary.
Zachary will head to Notre Dame next season.
Here we go, pitch runner.
They are courtesy runners in softball.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Number 7 will head down to first base. That'll be Natalie Packard out of Logansport. Popped up. Deep left field. And near the warning track, the catch is made. And the runner will retreat to first base. That might have been the highest, deepest ball we've had hit all day long.
Now at the plate from Columbia
We've
City
had
High School.
3
Emma
triples and a
Hiss.
couple of doubles today, but generally everything's been on a line drive.
Mm-hmm.
Still no score. As the pitch is high and outside, ball 1. Emma Hiss out of Columbia City. Eagles this year at 19-8. And that one's hit foul. So how many days is it between now and the opening of you-know-what?
I was going to count that, but I know how you are, so I didn't count it this morning.
Thank you. Because after today, I am officially on vacation. So don't call me or anything.
I know someone's going to Nashville, Tennessee
That's
after he
what
leaves
I've
today.
heard, yeah. The 2-1.
Can we say that on the air? No, I'm not going to say that. Karen scolds me if I do that.
Another foul ball. Want to remind you that today's broadcast is a copyright production of IndianaSRN and the Indiana High School Athletic Association. Any use of audio or video without the express written permission of IndianaSRN and the IHSAA is strictly prohibited. Plus, Keith doesn't like it if you use his image. Runners at first and second. That'll bring up Isabella Hanna. She's a teammate of Ava Zachary on that excellent Penn Kingsman team.
At the plate from Penn High School, Isabella Hanna.
Chance here for the North to get the lead. Bottom of the first inning, and the pitch is up high for a ball. Good look right there at Isabella Hanna. That's slap foul. You know, speaking of this facility, and of course, IU preparing for a new year, they had a really good year in softball. They did make it to the NCAA tournament, and they had a bunch of signings this week of players that will be coming in next year for Indiana. So their softball program is beginning to thrive once again. Baseball had a decent year. We had a chance to do there's a called third strike to end the threat here in inning number 1. After 1, no score.
Aspen Creek Grill, we are a from-scratch concept with comfort fresh food. You can expect a world-class experience. We've got incredible specials, great service. Everything that we do here is made from scratch. We hand-cut all our steaks in-house. Bring your family. Come have some great food.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you can be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
We're back once again here in Bloomington. See the fans on the scoreboard and just out in left field enjoying today's game. I want to remind you that Indiana High School softball coverage is powered by the Softball Coaches Association of Indiana and the IHSAA. You can also be a part of our growing team. Sponsor broadcast by emailing coach@indianasrn.org. Indiana SRN, where you always have a front row seat. And you were giving our public address announcer a hard time about...
Wait till he gets here to third inning. I'll have music playing for him.
You will.
Yes, sir.
Kylie Miller.
You got any suggestions?
Not yet.
Okay.
Kylie Miller throwing now for the North out of Western. She went 15-1 this year.
Number 13 from
An
Newcastle
ERA
High
of
School, Katie
1.40 and
Matthews.
135 strikeouts. Katie Matthews out of Newcastle will lead things off for the South here in the second. One hopper to the shortstop, and there's one away. That'll bring up
Now batting
Rylan Young, the
Rylan
starting
Young
pitcher
from
for the
Hagerstown High
South.
School.
Still think your guest is going to be too busy to come over here. Nice off-speed pitch, but just say it's in there for a strike. It was a delayed signal.
Takes so long for the strike
well,
for softball.
I heard him, but I wasn't sure he said strike or ball. That one is up high. Miller this year for Western did it on both sides from a pitching standpoint and hitting as well. Hit nearly 400 with 23 runs driven in for head coach Bart Miller.
See, that's how you do it. You distract the base umpire so you can't do the check swing.
That's right. I wasn't looking, sorry.
That's smart coach.
It is. Another pitch up high.
There's that rosin bag.
I know, the thing you don't like.
We're
going to have to figure out why you don't like a rosin bag, of all things. Here's your 3-1. So did you watch a lot of the softball College World Series?
I did.
So did I. Yeah, it was fun to watch.
Some fantastic pitching.
Mm-hmm.
The young lady from Texas Tech is pretty impressive.
Yeah. That is a brutal, in fact, just like the baseball College World Series, it takes a lot to get through that, for sure.
Well, you get in that loser's bracket. My goodness, you play every day, almost play every day.
Well, we know that firsthand by doing the HCAC baseball tournament.
Hagerstown High School.
Last thing you want to
Allison
do is
Stinson.
get in that losing bracket, and because it's trouble.
You want to get about 3-0 and take 2 days off.
Yeah. Allison Stinson out of Hagerstown, 579, 8 home runs, 45 runs driven in, 2 away, and that pitch in there for a called strike.
See a lot of talent in the HCAC.
Yeah. And I'm sure we may see some of these young ladies playing in with some of those teams here in the next couple of years too, depending on how things work out. I mean, we don't have a list of every player where they're going to school, so we're maybe seeing several of them. Stinson really choking up on the bat here. Pitch up high, 2-1.
Why don't you explain why you choke up on that bat with 2 strikes?
You're shortening the swing, so you can, and again, it's hard to get an outside pitch, but you're shortening up your swing a little bit just to make contact. Oh, check swing, and that's going to be a called third strike, and that will do it for the South. We head to the bottom half of inning number 2. Big play here for Mount Vernon. Hurdle looking right, now over the middle, fires, and it's in there for a touchdown. What a throw. Boy, what a stick, huh? Side out, back to the middle, and guess what? You want a point on the other side, you go to Taylor Lewis.
Here's Freeman. Has an opening shot. Score!
Stafford around a screen. Skip pass. Mays with 3. Mays drive. Floater up and in at the horn.
Hand off, and nice hole over the near side. 40, 35, 30. Block to the outside. 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown. And that's a big one right there. And finally, somebody gets on the board. Get a good look at the softball complex here at Indiana University. Great to have you with us for our All-Star Saturday. And you know what, softball may be closing out the season, but don't forget, we have fall sports coming up, football, soccer, volleyball, and much more. And if you'd like to be in partnership with us, sponsorships are available. Email coach at IndianaSRN.org. IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat. And yeah, football's going to be here before you know it.
Mm-hmm. Our 2 days start soon, right?
Yeah, we do 2 days?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, we're still old school.
Hey, I heard in between games that our camera guy is a chef and is a world famous cupcake chef.
Really?
Yes.
Lexington Jenkins pops this one up into left field, and that'll be out number 1.
So I think he should get our logo and bring cupcakes for every game that he does for SRN. And I thought since he does that, he could be on the A team.
Oh, okay.
Which means we would get cupcakes
Get
every
more
game.
cupcakes, yeah. Good idea. Lily St. Clair out of Mishawaka steps to the plate.
And when we can promote his cupcakes.
And then if he sells them, you can get part of the money.
No, I don't want any of that.
Oh.
I just want the cupcakes.
Thought you were starting to not eat those things.
Well, now that I can exercise more, I can have
eat more. Yeah, gotcha.
I just got the look, I guess.
No balls and 2 strikes.
The phone is ringing. Debbie's calling now.
Yeah. That pitch up high, 1-2.
But I'm looking forward to eating one of his cupcakes. I hear he's a great chef. That's what he tells me.
All right. Just a little bit outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hear that wind now really starting to pick up.
Yep.
Foul tipped, held on by the catcher, and that'll be strike 3 for St. Clair. And that'll bring up now Kylie Miller out of Western.
I'm sure the fans appreciate this win.
From Western High School, Kylie Miller.
Yeah, it's like having a hot oven blowing on you.
Mm-hmm.
Pitch up high.
Kylie batted .398 on the year.
This is going to be a base hit. Could be extras. Miller heading to second, and it'll be a stand-up double. She's thinking about 3 and then changed her mind. And it's a good thing she did because she'd have been dead to rights at third.
Well, the coach was giving her the green light until he saw, that ball's in the infield already.
From Leo High School, Carly Funk.
Carly Funk will step to the plate out of Leo. Chance for the North here in the bottom of the second inning to take the early lead. Funk is a .423 hitter. There you see the fans out there. They are kind of using the shade of that scoreboard, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
So we've had some clouds move in. That'll be a wild pitch, and a runner will advance to third. And I think the fans enjoy the break from the sun itself, but it's not going to cool it off too much today. So now the North, the chance to take the lead right here. Check swing foul. Now, if we're up to Coach Myers, he'd be trying to squeeze the runner in from third. You know, that's kind of your reputation, isn't it?
You're exactly right.
That's going to be fouled away. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Break-even pitch is on the way. It's up high. Game 1, we went back and forth. The South had gotten the early lead. There you see the wind as it's blowing those flags in center field. Line drive to the shortstop, making the easy catch, and the North leaving a runner in scoring position after 2, no score.
Get to the game, we've got your back. Just go to www.IndianaSRN.org and tune in to all of the live action, or go to our on-demand service and relive your favorite moments.
Bertner Electric Incorporated provides professional commercial electrical contractor services to Indianapolis and surrounding communities. Locally owned and operated for over 30 years, our knowledge and experience make us the perfect choice for all your commercial electrical contractor needs. Contact us today.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as.
Recognizing Indiana's student athletes and coaches, this broadcast is brought to you by the Softball Coaches Association of Indiana and the IHSAA. To join IndianaSRN and sponsorships that are available, make sure you contact Coach at IndianaSRN.org. IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
You want to see the greatest flag in the world? Is that flag right there, that red, white, and blue flag. We are glad that we're part of the United States of America.
Yes, sir. And by the way, the 4th
circle,
of July celebration is coming.
Yeah, excited about it.
Lexi Smith.
Lexi Smith will be in the circle now for the North.
I hear you're having a big cookout party for everybody.
And fireworks and everything.
Yeah,
yeah,
I heard.
I don't really even have to provide the fireworks. That's around my neighborhood.
Yeah, every night, right?
Every pretty much every night, yeah. Well, it's a party in my neighborhood all the time, so. After 2 innings, still no score. The South trying to get on the board. It'll be Ava Ratliff.
All-time leading home run hitter.
69,
16,
by the way.
Ava Ratliff.
Ratliff with 69 home runs. She's the all-time leader in the state of Indiana. She's number 2 in RBI with 179. So in other words, you got to be really careful as Lexi Smith, who won 11 games this year, has probably heard of the power here from the right side from Ratliff, who's going to be playing at Auburn. Boy, the SEC is so good in so many different sports. I know there's always an argument of which conference is the best, but they're definitely, in softball especially, one of those right up there.
69 home runs in her.
Yes. And she has a school record 195 hits.
It's incredible.
The pitch.
Don't give her anything to hit.
It's kind of, I'd rather walk her.
See if they can bunt her. See if she knows how to bunt.
That's the way. Take the power out of her bat.
Yeah.
3-1 pitch on the way. Ooh, that's a home run cut. Not so sure that time Lexi Smith took something off that one. Didn't have the same giddy-up as a normal fastball would have. That one's going to be off the end of the bat and caught by now the shortstop, Ava Zachary, as she can play just about everywhere.
Avery has pitched. She played third base. She can play short. Wonder if she plays first or second.
I imagine she would if you asked her. So one away, and that'll bring up now Kendall Graves, teammate of Ratliff at Bedford North Lawrence. You know, that's a big out, though, for Lexi Smith to get a home run hitter like that to pop up to the shortstop. Here's a really good look at Kendall Graves. And one thing about it, if you are from schools that are from the far south or far north, you really don't see these pitchers, or because bottom line, you don't play each other.
Right.
So you really don't have much of an indication of what they're able to throw. So as a hitter, you're probably already behind the 8 ball in that area. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And, of course, that can be the same said for the pitchers. They don't know what kind of hitters they're facing other than the numbers they read. One away here in the top of inning number 3. It's a 6-inning game. Break-even pitch, line foul.
Got to get in front of that ball. Come on. You got to tell him he's got to get in front. Got to get in front of the ball.
That is Bruce Charles.
Come on, Bruce.
Third base coach.
You're better than that, Bruce. Ooh.
Too low.
Man. Good ball to bunt, though.
Coach is always looking to bunt. Here's the payoff pitch on the way, and a good cut, hit foul.
We've had a good year, have we not?
It's been a good year and a busy year. We had the month of May. Man. It was nonstop, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
This one's going to be looped into center field for a base hit. Good at bat that time for Kendall Graves, and now the South has a runner on base. And that'll bring up now Peyton Pryor.
From Boonville High School, Peyton Pryor.
Pioneers 8-2 in their conference this year. And Pryor now a chance to hopefully for the South get a runner in scoring position. Still no scores. We play here in the 3rd inning. Count will go to 1-1. That was a pitch that looked like it was going to perhaps sail outside, but a good job there by Pryor to just get a piece of that one. This one back up the middle, base hit, runners at first and second. Now the South has something going. That'll bring up
Nice
Hannah
base hit
Burns.
there by Pryor. And that brings up Charlestown High School's Hannah Burns.
Burns hit 407 this year. This is a really good spot for her with one out. 27 runs driven in for Charlestown this year.
We visited down to Charlestown this year.
We did.
On IndianaSRN. The Pirates.
Still just one away, and right now Smith is looking for perhaps a double play to end this half inning and stop the threat for the South, trying to get a doubleheader sweep here today in this All-Star Classic. Pitch is up high. Now you're talking about next football season. It'll be here before you know it. I know a lot of the IU were speaking of being on this campus. They're excited about the football team again this year. Maybe
better than last year.
Well, maybe. There's still a lot of question marks, I'm sure, but that's tough to top what they did a year ago under their first-year head coach. It doesn't happen very often.
As a Boilermaker fan, I'm hoping for 2 wins.
Only 2?
Well, that's one more better than last year. But we beat the powerful Indiana State Sycamores during football season last year.
You know, the thing is,
we crushed them.
I know you did. The way that the college game has changed just from a standpoint of transfers and all the other things, it's hard to tell what anybody's going to do.
Well, the thing, too, is now that there's money involved, kids don't go to pro anymore. They'll stay in college for a couple of years and make a little bit of money.
Yeah. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Line to the shortstop.
Got her.
One there, and they get the double play.
What a play. That's Ms. Softball right there for you.
Ava Zachary doing her job. That'll do the threat. It's heading to the bottom of the third. No score.
Get to the game, we've got your back. Just go to www.IndianaSRN.org and tune in to all of the live action, or go to our on-demand service and relive your favorite moments.
Bertner Electric Incorporated provides professional commercial electrical contractor services to Indianapolis and surrounding communities. Locally owned and operated for over 30 years, our knowledge and experience make us the perfect choice for all your commercial electrical contractor needs. Contact us today.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as
Let's watch the last out of the inning. Coach Locke joins us from Roncalli. Look at this, Coach. Catches the ball off guard and doubles her off.
Yeah,
that's
play.
Miss Softball right there.
Yeah, solid play. Knew what to do right away when she caught it. And the second baseman there was there to double her up.
David Locke joins us. He is the athletic director of Roncalli High School up in Indianapolis and also the softball coach. And thanks for joining us today.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here. Thank you, guys.
Talk a little bit about your Roncalli Royals and how they did this year.
Well, we had another good season. 22-8 was our record. So, was happy with that. Got off to a really good start, and then once we got into kind of a meat of our schedule, so to speak, kind of water found its level a little bit, and the competition ramped up a little bit, but we were still competitive, and I felt like we were still one of the top 3A teams this year. We moved down to 3A to make a run for a 3A title, but just didn't work out for us.
Talk a little bit about the competition around the area, and especially southern Indiana.
Well, yeah, the South, in 3A or 4A where we've been the last several years, is very, very competitive. There's kind of like a little corridor of on the south side of Indy where, kind of starts Mooresville, Decatur Central, Center Grove, Franklin, Whiteland, Roncalli, New Powell. I mean, it just never ends. So that south end there of the greater metropolitan area.
Nice play by the second baseman.
is strong and has been strong for a long time in softball. So we just got to keep our head above water and keep battling.
This All-Star game has been around for quite a while. We've been with you now 4 years. Talk about the growth of this game.
Now batting for the North.
Well, softball in Indiana has certainly taken a big step forward in the last 15 or so years that I've been around it. And, you just watch at the national level how many of these players that are playing at high school level here in Indiana and at the travel ball level here in Indiana, and they go on and play on the big-time teams in the SEC and Big Ten, and even beyond that. So it's not even about just the SEC or the Big Ten. These girls are going to play and make a big difference at any level at the high school or at the collegiate level. And it's just been so much fun to watch, and just everything about it, their athleticism, their IQ, the coaching they're getting has been fantastic.
How about the Pro League? I know it started with, I think, only 4 teams. Will that grow? Do you think that will grow, David? Do you think Indiana or other states will pick up on that, or you think they're going to just keep it maybe 8 teams and see how that will grow, just like they did with the Football League?
Well, I hope so. I hope that it does. These girls, they put so much into it that there's play. That was play. Wow. These girls, for their final games to be just at the college level, doesn't seem all that fair. So to have an option to move on after college seems like a super reasonable and financially reasonable move for them and, other people to invest in that. So hopefully, it goes from 6 to 8 to 10 to 12. But you got to find the right fit. You got to find the right cities and the right areas where they'll support fast pitch softball.
Can Indiana do that?
I think Indiana can do that, yeah.
Would you want to coach that?
Sure.
Okay,
I wouldn't mind coaching it, yeah.
Yeah, we got to get you out of Roncalli.
Yeah. Well,
we want to get you in the booth of IndianaSRN is what we want you to do.
I could do that too. I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, okay.
We got a good relationship, so yeah, but coaching is my passion for sure. Athletic director is my job, pays the bills, but being able to coach and be around the young athletes. And then just like last night, we had so much fun with the coaches that I was able to reconnect with. It only happens like once a year.
Right.
But we come from all over the state, and we meet here, and we're able to reconnect, and coaches and families and kids that you only read about or hear about on social media, now they're all here down in Bloomington, and to be able to hang out with them and see their families, and then obviously the coaches, the fraternity of our coaches and officials is a pretty tight community.
I know that you go on vacation after this game for at least 2 weeks before you have to get back to the grind. Our relationship has been great. We appreciate what you have meant for us and allowing us to do many, many sports at your facilities, and not only all-star games, but all other sports. We really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you. Thank you for all you do and all your support for high school sports here in Indiana.
You bet. Good luck. Go back to work now.
All right, man.
We want music, David. We want music.
I don't know how to do that. I'll do my best I can.
Okay.
All right?
Now pitching for the North.
We head to the top half of the 4th inning. Score 0-0. Troy Daragowski joins us back here in just a second. That was David Rauch. He's the athletic director and head coach, softball coach at Roncalli. Well, what do you think?
You're just not going to give him a break, are you?
We've been around. I think David and I have been around 10 years. I don't think he would not give me a break. So, when he locked me in his football press box 3 years ago, I have not forgotten him of that.
So you think he did it on purpose?
I figured it. I think him and Debbie laughing at me at the gate makes sense. Yes.
Maybe you should have gotten out of there faster.
I guess so.
Here is Caitlin Marks out of Tecumseh. The Braves, the 2A state champions, no score. Here in our second All-Star game. Excuse me.
Just throw things at me.
Try it. Lexi Johnson back in for the North All-Stars. I went outside while you were talking to Mr. Lauk. It's actually not bad out there, but I only stayed out there for 3 or 4 minutes. For those that are sitting out there in the stands, it's probably not quite that nice, huh? Mm-hmm. I'll take this over snow, though. 2-0 pitch. Did I tell you I don't like snow? You knew that, though, didn't you?
Yes, I remember sitting in a cold booth with you.
Yes, more than once. The 2-1 pitch. There you go. That's in there for a called strike. We have a left-handed catcher, by the way.
That's kind of rare, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is very rare. It stays up high. We'll go to 3-2 count.
Is it different? I mean, I would think that would be kind of different a little bit, wouldn't it?
As far as having a left-handed catcher? Pitch is a little bit low for ball 4.
Yeah, wouldn't it throw you off throwing it from second base? Because it's
All right, now
across,
number
right?
21 from Bar Reeve High School, Kennedy Huff.
You know, I honestly don't know, because since I'm not left-handed and I've never really caught from a left-handed standpoint, I don't know what the difference would be.
You know, left-handed people are very intelligent.
Well,
did you know that?
There is some debate about that.
I'm telling you, I have it on a fact. Left-handed people are very intelligent. As your microphone just went dead, my friend.
Ball will get by the catcher.
I was told left-handed people and red-headed guys are great people. That's what I was told.
Well, you're right about that.
I think there's only 1% left of the human population that are left-handed.
Well, it's under 2 now. It's under 2 for left-handers and red-headed people.
Okay.
We're a dying breed. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Now, if you're left-handed and redhead, it's even lower than that.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things you learn on this broadcast.
You know, you learn how to bunt, to play small ball, and you learned about left-handed people.
Yes. There's a called strike. Kennedy Huff out of Bar Reeve ends up striking out. And stepping to the plate will be Caitlin Randall out of Forest Park.
Caitlin Randall.
Yeah, we'll have to find out sometimes what it is about why left-handed catchers are not more prevalent than they are.
Well, this left-handed catcher is showing that she can do her wear.
I guess if you can throw right or left, what does it matter, right?
Yeah.
I know as a catcher either way, there's a strike. Throwing down to first base in baseball with a left-handed batter is difficult because you can't throw around him.
Well, she just got a strike call because she framed the ball.
Yeah, she did it very well. The 0-2 pitch.
Right back here, right back here. You okay?
I was just thinking a little bit about being a left-handed catcher, but then I thought about some of the things you try as a head coach.
Yeah.
You know, the bunting and all that stuff in game 1, and I'm thinking how odd that was. Hit foul. Does that make any sense?
Well, Kate Todd is next on my list, and she's here.
Would Kate like to step in now?
No, we'll do that in this inning, after the end of this inning. But I will tell you, she was a coach. She probably would play small ball.
Well, I don't mind playing small ball, but what you want to do is squeeze from first base.
No, I didn't.
In baseball, every time somebody gets first, you want to squeeze them home.
I never said squeeze from
you
first
always
base,
talk
but
about
I would want
squeezing.
to move to third base because you want to play. The name of the game is what?
Score.
There you go.
Well, that's what we did in the last game here, and I told you how to do it, and you poo-pooed it, and what happened? Exactly what needed to happen.
Strike 3 called. That was a great play. See? Framed it again. Watch this.
10 to 15% of the population is left-handed. 1 to 2% is red-headed.
There we go.
See?
That's the stat for the man.
Number 2,
That's the great
Brown
wizard.
High
I mean,
School, Izzy
looking
Beagle.
up at Google and sending it to us right away.
So I'm actually more rare than a left-hander.
You're rare, all right.
2 away here in the top of the 4th inning.
I bet you Kate won more games playing small ball than she did big ball.
I have no doubt about it. I'm not arguing against small ball. Ground ball, that's going to be bobbled, and the runner stays at third. That'll be an error by the second baseman.
I don't know who you would throw out, either the coach or the runner that was at third base.
0.15% are redheaded and left-handed.
Man.
At the plate, Noblesville High School, Brooklyn Grayson.
Now, I can throw left-handed, but I can't right left-handed.
Okay.
I can shoot left-handed, the basketball, but I can't right.
I can shoot left-handed.
Yeah. Runner takes off. This one hit deep into center field. This is going to be gone for a home run.
Wow.
How about that? A 3-run shot by Brooklyn Grayson.
Brooklyn Grayson.
3 in the regular season, but that gives the South a 3-run lead here in the 4th inning.
How about the celebration?
I like that.
Suicide Squeeze would have done the same thing.
I know.
That was a fat pitch, too. Right over the plate.
You know, they might have hoped that wind was blowing a little bit out, too, huh? It was hit well, but it certainly didn't hurt at 220.
Kate Murray.
Kate Murray steps to the plate, hits this one deep but foul. Murray has home run power, 7 home runs during the regular season and the tournament. Well, the South trying to sweep both games. They won the first game 4-3. The North swept both games last year. So they're trying to
It's
turn
an
the
even.
tables.
I think it's pretty even
Oh,
series.
yeah.
If
I'm sure it is. Pitch is low and outside. What, do you think that was a good pitch?
You get paid by the inning, not the game. Get paid by the out.
Paid by the inning, but not by the game.
Whatever.
By the out.
Move on.
This one hit into right field, hit well, but making the catch. That'll end the half inning, and I will step away, and you have a special guest.
I do. Special guest.
Kylie Millard in the top of the 4th inning.
Kate, Todd is joining us in just a second. We got to get our headset. Watch that big
After
step.
a Brooklyn Grayson 3-run homer, we're at 3-0, headed to the bottom of the 4th.
Okay, Kate, what is your official title?
I am the Executive Director of Softball Coaches Association of Indiana.
And you are Keith Myers' fan club.
Yes.
Okay. Talk a little bit about this series and talk about, you've been doing this for a long time. Talk about the series.
I have been doing it a long time. We were under the Indiana Coaches of Girls Sports Association, which is a wonderful association that covers all girls sports, softball, soccer, basketball, volleyball. If it's an IHSAA sport, they cover it and they support it. About 4 or 5 years ago, we broke out on our own to kind of focus on softball and developing the game, but we still have a good relationship with the ICGSA. Like I said, they do wonderful things. And we've been here at IU. We were here 2 years prior to COVID, and then we had COVID, and then we went to Decatur Central for a year, and then we've been back at IU ever since, and they do a fantastic job. We love coming here.
I think this is our 4th year together, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Talk a little bit about the growth of this game, because I remember, it was hard to get people in the seats. Now, Game 1 was sold out. You had a great number of people. A lot of people left after Game 1. That's typical in an all-star game. But talk about the growth.
Especially with as hot as it is. I think some people got overheated and can't hear me. Got overheated and needed to get in the air, so we understand that completely. But yeah, no, the game is growing, and we are working different ways to help continue grow the game, get more nominees, get more coaches involved. That's part of our biggest thing, is getting more coaches involved to nominate their players, get their players their accolades, and see what we can do.
I know with your leadership, you brought us in several years ago just to wait and see, and now we have grown. I think the sport has grown because of what we have done. Kids want to get on TV. Talk a little bit about that partnership, and hopefully that can extend for more on years.
Yes, no, we love having you guys here. I don't know what the numbers are this year, but I think we've pushed 700-800 viewers in the past couple of years, and that's just phenomenal for grandma or grandpa that can't make the drive, or people who are watching from home. It just gives them the ability and the game to grow and get their spotlight time on TV, and the partnership has been fantastic. We love having you guys. We love having our sport showcased. So.
And Jerry always comes down on Friday nights now, because he wants to eat that lobster or whatever you have in the banquet. I know that Troy and I never get invited to the banquet, so we're not upset about that at all.
Well, you can come to the banquet next year.
Will we have hot dogs?
No, there's not hot dogs. It's chicken and macaroni and cheese, vegetables. It's a good setup.
And that's Edgewood, right?
It's at Edgewood. Edgewood High School hosts us, and they do a fantastic job. We walk in, and they've got tables set up. They decorate them. We just help them tear down at the end, but they do an awesome job. And then Schnitzelbach from, I believe it's Jasper. They do our catering, and they are amazing. They bring their cinnamon rolls, their cinnamon donut things. So
don't do that now. I mean, it's too late now. Finally, do you miss coaching?
I actually coach. I coach 8U now, so I have coached.
Got the pressure. You play small ball?
We do not play small ball at 8U. We're not allowed.
Oh, okay. You would though, right?
We would.
There you go, coach.
We will next year at 9U.
Okay.
But they. I've coached junior high, high school, college, and now I'm back to 8U with my daughter. So
yeah, finally, all the things that you do with us, and I know this month you get tired of seeing that email from Keith Myers at IndianaSRN, but to put this together and our partnership and our friendship has grown. You know how much I appreciate you and your family. We really appreciate what you've done for us.
Thank you. We appreciate you too.
All right. You can stay and do play-by-play if you want.
Oh, I don't know if you want me to do play-by-play.
Well, you got to be better than Troy.
Oh, there's a shot to center. Oh, she's under it.
All right, you did well. Get out, Coach. No,
right.
Thanks, Kate. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kate Todd. 1 out, inning 3-0. As
Lake Central High School, Taylor Schaefer.
Troy just fell down the stairs. You all right?
I cracked my knee.
You all right?
I'm fine now.
Gonna make it okay?
I've been going through a lot of hazards here today. Climbing up on the roof and everything. It's not even right. Oh, not even golf.
And you haven't even climbed on the roof yet.
No, I haven't done that yet. Dugouts will be next.
Yes.
Dugouts are my specialty. Taylor Schaefer out of Lake Central.
I know she's gone, but what a great lady.
Yeah.
It's just been so special to get to know her.
The one thing she said that I would encourage all coaches to do is to get involved. The one thing that helps us as broadcasters is when we can go to their website or Max Preps and the stats are updated and we can have a educated situation where we know about the players from a stat standpoint. I think that helps everybody and those that are interested in the sport. Believe me, there are a lot of people who will go to those websites they're stat people. That's what they love to do. So I would encourage everybody to update their stats as much as they can, the rosters and everything. So it certainly helps us.
Yeah. Well, and what she put together for us with the books and everything else has helped us tremendously well. I mean, this is a very well organized
yes. It's great information. Ground ball, there's a tag, and the double play unassisted for the South. And they hold the North scoreless in the bottom of the fourth. We head to the fifth, 3-0 South.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
It's about done. Back here in Bloomington, hey, want to remind you that today's game is made possible by the Softball Coaches Association of Indiana and the Indiana High School Athletic Association. They are two leaders in high school sports, and if you'd like to be a part of this broadcast, of course, for next season, we are certainly looking for more people to get involved with us. You can email Keith Myers, who's the gentleman to my right, coach@IndianaSRN.org, where you always have a front row seat as Indiana SRN.
And if you want to do football, if you want to do a sponsored football, we're looking for high school football sponsors on IndianaSRN. Over 40 games of high school football games on the network. Do the math. There's only 45 maximum that you can do with the 5 webcast companies that we have, but 40, and that is growing. So if you like to be more involved in that, and it's, I don't think it's cheap, but it's very affordable to sponsor just one game or so. Send us an email, coach@IndianaSRN.org. Be happy to sit down and talk to you, and I'll travel to get to you.
Well, one thing about the sponsorship too, Coach, it is, and again, you want always your investment, you want return, but I think your investment also goes toward
these kids
who are doing a phenomenal job. And when you think about the way the pressures are of student athletes today, it's a whole lot different than when you and I grew up. You played sport, but you didn't have to play multiple sports, it seems like, during the summer. A lot of these players that are playing this sport are also playing volleyball, or they're playing basketball in summer leagues, or soccer. They've got coaches pulling them about 6 different directions, and as Anna Caskey steps up and gets a base hit, that one gets by the right fielder, so this will be extra bases. Caskey checks the coach at third, but will stay at second with a stand-up double. But I guess my point is this, that newspaper doesn't cover the way they used to. You know, when you and I grew up, you had stories every week. And you can take those and cut them out and put them in your scrapbook. Well, that doesn't happen much anymore. So a lot of these kids will go back and watch this and think about in 15, 20 years, you can go back and it's archived and you can go back and show it to your kids. And that's big. That's going to be filed away. Plus, again, this today and any games that would be broadcast next year on the Indiana SRN or the next season, you get a chance to watch them for free.
Yep.
And that's also unusual because everybody's gone to pay-per-view, and there's always some kind of stipulation where you have to have a subscription to some service. Well, that's not the case with us, and that's why we enjoy doing it. We can keep it affordable for everybody. Plus, you will get plenty of exposure with your business.
No question.
And we're hoping that it gets to the point where when Christmas rolls around, Keith and Jerry, we don't want to leave Jerry out, can both supply us with vehicles and things like that, as employees. Is that too much to ask?
Is that what you're thinking?
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Lined into center field. That's going to score a run. Caskey rounding third, and it's now 4-0 South.
Boy, she was just inches away from that ball.
Sylvia lined that one. Take another look at it right here. Just a solid base hit. And that ball got out there quickly.
And she didn't have missed that ball by much, did she?
No. Here's Avery Layton. Layton, another player, can drive in runs, had 52 this season. And the South are at this stage a
Dominating
4-0 lead. First game ended 4-3. And a late steal, and great job. As you talk about base running right there, Coach, that was a delayed steal, but the catcher not quite ready, didn't think she was going to steal.
Well, the funny thing is Tony Matthews was signaling her to go now. Look, we don't see him in the pitch frame here, but he's already signaled her to go when she got off the base.
Fly ball right field. Will it score a runner? The runner will tag. Here's the throw to the plate. Not in time. It's now 5-0.
Nice throw, though.
Sack fly for Jordan.
So now stepping to the plate will be Addison Steinecker. Or take that back, Avery Layton. Actually, we should be one behind. This should be Steinecker. Just had Layton up moments ago, so Steinecker out of Shelbyville. Nope, this will be Layton. Everybody hits in the All-Star game, so it kind of depends on where they left off from game 1 into game 2. And then, of course, you don't have a normal 9 hitters in the lineup. Everybody's hitting. So this will be Layton. This is going to be hit into right field, base hit. So the hits keep coming here for the South. And there is one away.
Number 9 from Shelbyville High School.
And now here is Steinecker. Steinecker had a great year when you consider the power she showed with 14 home runs and 49 runs driven in. You had Layton going to Virginia Tech. You had Steinecker going to Marshall. Caskey's going to Belmont, all D1 schools. And so far they've made an impact here in this 5th inning.
Izzy Reed now is pinch.
And she takes off at an easy stolen base.
She's just quick. Izzy Neal, sorry. Not Izzy Reed. Sorry about that. Izzy Reed is a GCA All-Star, and I think she graduated from Indiana Wesleyan. She was a stud.
Yeah, I remember her.
She scored a lot of points, didn't she?
A lot of points.
Alan Weem, if you're listening, hello, how are you?
I'm going to see if they are going to sacrifice the runner, but they'll pull back as Steinecker swings and misses. We refuse again to mention where Izzy Neal's going to college, so don't ask.
Ohio State.
Pitch is low and outside. I did see Izzy between games.
Yeah.
And I did convince her to change.
Did you?
Yeah.
Her socks or?
I didn't say what.
Okay.
Just change. Pitch on the way, hit foul.
We have one out, correct?
Yes. It was that sacrifice fly to right
okay.
field. Two balls and 2 strikes as we play here in the top half of inning number 5. And struck her out. Nice pitch. Good job there by Hiss to come back and get the out. And that'll bring up now Carmen Rubel.
High School, Carmen Rubel.
A lot of players represented today from the eastern side of the state of Indiana. Had a couple from Hagerstown. You have Newcastle along with Connorsville.
Oh, nice stop.
Oh, and a high throw, a collision at first as the ball gets away, so that'll be an error. A run will score. And it's now 6-0. What should have been a routine play right there for the North.
Now at the plate from New Palestine High School, Katie Hershey.
Here's Hershey going to Kentucky. She, along with Ava Ratliff, will be seeing each other in the SEC quite a bit over the next 4 years. off the end of the bat foul. How interesting is it that you have Virginia Tech,
Nice effort up there, Mr.
you have
Neal.
Kentucky, you have Duke, you have Auburn, you have Notre Dame, all of these major schools able to pluck players away from the state of Indiana. So Izzy Reed, by the way, graduated this year.
From Indiana Wesleyan, correct?
Yep.
You will see her probably coaching somewhere in the state of Indiana very soon.
6-0 lead here in this second contest. Pitches outside. You kind of feel the energy, maybe not where it was.
The balloons are deflating.
Yeah, well, it's pretty warm, and I'm sure that some of the players were tired from last night. You know as well as I do, in a situation at an all-star game, you probably didn't get a whole lot of sleep. And it is a very, very warm day and getting warmer as we speak. Three balls and one strike. Grounded up the middle, and a collision between the shortstop and the base runner, and there'll be an interference call there on the base runner, and hopefully everybody's okay right there, so that'll end the half inning. But 3 more runs. We head to the bottom of the fifth, or I should say bottom of the fifth inning. Yes, 6-0 South.
A great lawn starts with the right equipment. At Reynolds Farm Equipment, we're here to help you make mowing easier and more enjoyable. From zero turns to lawn tractors, John Deere mowers give you the power, precision, and comfort to get the job done right. Plus, with expert service and support from Reynolds, you can spend less time worrying about your mower and more time enjoying the results. Reynolds Farm Equipment, your local John Deere dealer since 1955.
Back here in Bloomington, want to remind you that from the first pitch to the final whistle, IndianaSRN covers soccer, softball, football, volleyball, and many other sports. Want to remind you that today's game is brought to you by the Indiana High School Athletic Association. Want to remind you, too, that sponsorship opportunities are open, and we are ready for you. You can email Keith Myers at coach@indianasrn.org, IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat, and we are just a few short weeks away from a brand new fall season, so we're not that far away. I've been noticing we follow a lot of players, high school players, whether it be football, basketball, all of them on Twitter. And especially in football, a lot of those players are in camps now all over the country. And they're participating, whether it be in Indiana. I know IU just had their football camp, and Purdue and Notre Dame, all of them have camps. And so we see a lot of these players just traveling all summer long to participate in camps. And most of them have not made a commitment yet, but they're getting a lot of offers as well. So it's going to be fun to watch here over the next several weeks.
And if you like softball, we have more softball for you coming in July 13th as the Little League Softball State Championships will be on IndianaSRN on July 13th. That's a Sunday at 5 p.m. from Whitestown, Indiana. We want to thank a sponsor who took care of that yesterday for
very
us.
good.
Just come off the presses.
Jerry didn't know about that, did he?
Nope, haven't talked to him about it.
Lexi Smith at the plate.
Sponsor came through yesterday saying, this is what I want to do, and I said, we can do that.
All right. Avery Layton in the circle. Popped up right side. Should be playable for Caskey. We'll squeeze that one. There's one away.
I'll even announce the sponsor. You ready?
Please do.
Indiana Mulch and Stone.
Indiana Mulch and Stone.
Yes, sir.
They located in Indianapolis?
They sure are. They've been with us summer-wise, I think the last 4 or 5 years. Correct, Jerry? About right?
You know, I could use some mulch.
I'll give you the guy's name.
Thank you. Pitch is up high. Natalie Packard out of Logansport. Have you ever been to the Berry Bowl?
Twice.
Good. Yeah, over 30 years, I've probably been there
30 times.
At least.
You did at least twice a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day?
Yeah.
You traveled all the way from Richmond to there?
Mm-hmm. I did. I traveled all the way from Richmond to there. A lot. And we do football there, and we do baseball there. 1-1 pitch. Hit foul.
You walked, didn't you, both ways?
Yeah.
Uphill?
Uphill, in the snow.
Barefooted?
You know, there were times we would actually leave for a Saturday game on a Friday night because of snow. Because it may end up snowing you in, so we wanted to make sure we got there, so we'd go spend the night and make sure we get the game in. Swing and a miss. Good pitch. You'd be surprised in 30 years how many times I've been to Logansport, Lafayette, and Marion in 30 years.
Now batting from Lowell High School.
Back in my officiating days, I made those trips.
Mm-hmm. Olivia Fuentes will step to the plate out of Lowell. Olivia had a great year this year. I'd mentioned with her hitting ability at .435, but also won 13 games. 13 of the 17 won by Lowell. North has a long uphill battle right now as they trail at 6-0. Quickly behind at 0-2. By the way, when the game is over, we will close it out for another season. Popped up and out of play. And as long as I will be doing a little bit of work outside here, make sure you get my car and get the AC going, will you? And bring it up to the gate. So then when I'm ready to go, I can just jump
Whatever
in.
you want, sir. Yes,
Thank you.
sir.
Appreciate it. We don't anymore. Ground ball into left field.
Well, Little League, we got one more left.
Yeah, but that really counts for next season now. Yeah.
Yeah, because it is in July.
Yes, it's
That's
in
right.
July.
That's right.
From North Newton High School, Sydney Rainford.
Here is Sydney Rainford. You see, but that only happened. That was announced today.
Yes.
And I've already closed out after today this season.
Okay.
So that's got to go for next year. Pitch on the way to Rainford.
Well, you're actually right. That was clinched this morning about 11 o'clock is when he sent me the email to say, yes, we're good.
Okay. 1 ball and no strikes. Runner on first with 2 away. Popped up foul. That guy right there is going to get hit. He got the last foul ball, and that one almost got him. You know, what is interesting is how many of the fans have no desire to try to catch those foul balls.
No.
Popped up, right side, could be trouble, and it'll be caught in shallow right field by the second baseman to end the threat here in the bottom of the 5th inning. We head to the 6th. South leads at 6-0.
Thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Looking to elevate your brand? Choose Dynamark, your local one-stop shop for all your print, signs, promo products, apparel, and mailing services. Serving Indianapolis for over 50 years. Dynamark, where strong relationships are built through exceptional service.
See the South All-Stars as they lead this one 6-0, going for the doubleheader sweep. New pitcher. Now for the North, it'll be Addie Garr. Addie this season On the pitching side of things, went 7-6 with a 2.17 ERA at 166 strikeouts for the Whitco Wildcats this year. South, with even though they have a 6-0 lead, I'm sure would love to add an insurance run here or there.
Leading off the top of the 6th inning from Center Grove High School.
Here is May Munson. IU Indy has done an excellent job in their athletic program over the last several years when they moved to the Division I side of things. And then, of course, they went from IUPUI to IU Indy.
Yep.
May, one of those players you love to get on base, has that wide open stance from the left side, and kind of tells she'd love to slap that ball to the right side, or should say to the left side, because of her speed from the right side. Can get down the line pretty quick. And then, of course, she had 35 stolen bases in her senior season. There's a called strike, and that'll be strike 3. Probably let a pretty good pitch go by, so Munson strikes out. And that'll bring up now Katie Matthews out of Newcastle.
Number 13 from Newcastle High School, Katie Matthews.
Matthews, one of the leading hitters in the state at .655. And another called strike.
She's still on some heat.
Good location, though, and Matthews trying to slap that one as well. See, you think, well, boy, I tell you what, that is such a huge advantage if you can get a step or two, because, again, you lay that ball down, it's going to take quite an effort to get the runner at first base. Stays up high.
Especially on that left side of the plate.
Yeah, there's just no way you're going to – if it's going to be a bang-bang play, it's probably going to go in your favor because you can get down the line so quickly. Shortstop was playing in, will make the nice play at first. Now that's how you stop it right there, is you got to play in really close at short or third.
Nice play,
Give credit
Lexi
that
Johnson.
time, Lexi Johnson out of South Central Union Mills.
Number 14, Rylan Young.
Rylan Young out of Hagerstown takes that pitch for a called strike. Tigers won the Tri-Eastern Conference this year, perfect 8-0 record. Hit foul. Pretty good cut that time by Young. We were talking earlier how it's nice to have a lot of the smaller schools in Indiana getting a chance to be represented here today. I'm sure there's a lot of deserving players that didn't make the roster.
Yeah, but just being nominated.
Well, let me ask you this. In volleyball, they do two different divisions, right? You do a bigger class, smaller class.
Yes.
Wonder if they'd ever think about doing that in softball.
I think the numbers would be watered down.
Okay. Pitch is low.
I think the baseball all-star game and the softball all-star game has the same format.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Low and inside.
The baseball all-star game, I think, is next week, if I'm not mistaken.
That quick after the finals, huh? If it's not, it's probably within the next couple of weeks. Payout pitch, low and inside, and Young will head down to first.
I think you want it done before July 4th, because I think people
Now at the plate,
go on vacation.
number
Right.
15 from Hagerstown High School,
Allison Stinson.
And you can't play the week of July 4th.
Because
No
of
schools.
the well, there is that 1 week where they call it, I forget what they call it, where nobody can do any practice or
Nope.
anything. Yeah.
That is when every single AD in the state of Indiana takes a deep breath and gets out of town.
Yeah.
What do they call that?
You know what? It escapes me now. Here's the 1-0 up high. I know there's a name for it, but moratorium. Thank you. Good job, Jerry.
That's the left-handed redheaded guy that said that.
He went deep into that brain
in
of
his wizard brain. You know, you saw him behind the curtain, you know, smoke coming out.
Yeah.
That's my boy.
Stinson, 8 home runs during the season. Off-speed pitch, and she was out in front. North will have a big hill to climb in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Grounded up the middle, off the glove of the shortstop into shallow center field. So now the South has runners at first and second and 2 away, and that'll bring up Ava Ratliff. Now you got to be careful with Ratliff, as we have well documented. 69 career home runs. He had 12 this year, the Auburn recruit. Second in runs driven in all time with 179. Big right-handed hitter. Lifts that one foul.
Second time the pole's been hit today.
Yes.
And I think she's hit them both.
She was a little bit out in front of that pitch. But the way the wind is blowing out toward left field, you really got to be careful here. Another good cut, and quickly down to the count at 0-2. Popped up, left side. Should be playable, and diving and making the catch in left field to end the half inning. What a way to stop the threat for the North. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. South leads at 6-0.
Nice play.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Back here in Bloomington, that last play was Emma Hiss. Now watch. I don't think she got a great jump on it, but watch this extension. And they're able to make the catch there to end the half inning. Otherwise, that may have scored at least one.
Is that called like a snow cone catch?
I don't know what it was, but it was pretty nice.
Still in the circle for the South, Avery Layton.
Avery Layton.
Connorsville, Carmen Rubel.
So we will head to the bottom half of this inning, and you got to get 6 no matter what. The game will be over. Either way, they only play 6 innings in the All-Star competition as Lexi Johnson will step to the plate.
Bottom of the 6th inning for the North. From South Central High School, Lexi Johnson.
Lexi out of South Central Union Mills. Pitch low and outside, a swing and a miss. Avery Layton, who pitched in the first game, going to Virginia Tech, now pitching here in the second game. She's out of Rossville. And quickly 0-2. We saw the South win the opening game by scoring the winning run in the bottom half of the 6th inning. And that got her looking.
Wow. Frozen rope.
Layton, a great pitch on the inside corner.
Now at the plate, Tri-County High Schools.
Here is Isabella Dominguez. Dominguez had a great senior season, hitting .560, had 30 stolen bases, and 33 runs driven in. Good cut, fouls it away. She had a chance to catch a little bit today.
It'd be a hot day to catch, wouldn't it?
Yes. Be a day where you wish you weren't a catcher. Or those cold days that you take a foul tip off the hand or
the toe,
whatever. As they always talk about, the catchers, the tools of ignorance, right?
Yes, sir.
There you see Dominguez right there. Hit to right field. Hangs in the air, and there is 2 away.
Well, how unique is this?
Down to Miss Softball for your final at bat, perhaps.
Now at the plate from Penn
Ava
High
Zachary.
School, Ava Zachary.
Pitch is a little bit low. Zachary will go to Notre Dame. Down to our final out here in our doubleheader All-Star Saturday. There's a called strike. You think that jersey is going to be hanging in Penn High School?
If it's not going to be in Penn, it will be on her wall at school. Or I would ask for 2 copies of it.
I have a feeling she won't mind putting that in the trophy case.
I don't think she might have a problem with that at all.
And she can go see it anytime she wants. I mean, she's not that far from...
I'm sure she has season tickets for whatever she wants.
Yeah. 3 balls and a strike now to Zachary. Won 25, 30 games this year. There you take a look at the South dugout as they're ready to celebrate a doubleheader sweep. Well, this season, when you think about off-season workouts, probably started in August when school started. Some of the players ended up playing various sports, but it can be a long year, can't it?
Mm-hmm.
Off-speed pitch. Got her looking. So the South picks up the doubleheader sweep. They won the first game 4-3. They win the nightcap by a final of 6-0. And they pick up both wins here today. We're going to be certainly saying thank you to a lot of people here. Executive Director Kate Todd, the Assistant Executive Director Brian Personette, the President Alyssa Coleman, and the Registered Agent David Lauk. Of course, the Hall of Fame Director Jeff Sherman, as well as the website director Brian Revercombe. Ava Zachary, there is your Miss Softball out of Penn High School. She was announced between the 2 games here today, so congratulations to Ava. And then, of course, out of Tecumseh, Coach of the Year was Gordon Wood, and so congratulations to Gordon as well. Just a fantastic day here in Bloomington, and we want to thank everybody. What a great season it has been here on Indiana SRN. We are incredibly grateful for the opportunity to share so many memorable moments with our communities. Thank you to everyone who made it possible, the athletic directors, the coaches, the players, staff, sponsors, and, of course, our local and loyal viewers we have each and every year. Your support drives us every day. We're excited for what's ahead, and we'll be back in August with even more coverage, stories, and excitement. From all of us at Indiana SRN, thank you, and we'll see you in August here on Indiana SRN.